Be seated. Today is September 30, 2022. This is the day of trial in the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV. Case number 2018, CR 155. The defendant is present in court today. He's accompanied by his attorneys, John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by the prosecuting attorney, Rob Junk, and also by special prosecuting attorneys, Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheider, special agent with Ohio BCI&I. Just to give a sort of a little history here on the record, at the close of the day on, let's see, that would have been Wednesday, upon exiting the courthouse here, one of the jurors mentioned to a bailiff that she wasn't feeling well. Subsequently, she got back with him indicating that she was, in fact, sick that evening. So we had sort of an emergency phone conference with all counsel was on the phone with the court and the bailiff. And it was decided that we would not have a day of court on Thursday, the 29th of September, but we would, if everything fell into place and everything worked out, we would proceed today, but we would have another conference on the 29th, Thursday, to make the final decision on that. It was decided at the conference on the 29th of September that we would go ahead and begin a trial day today. In the meantime, the court, we did have the jury box here disinfected. The court has asked all of the jurors upon their entering the courthouse today if they were feeling well. They've all indicated they are. We asked them if they were experiencing symptoms such as fever, runny nose, headache, chills, sneezing, coughing, shortness of breath. All have indicated they were not. And we've offered each of the jurors a face mask. All jurors are present and ready to proceed. It's my understanding downstairs. Of course, they're not here in the courtroom at this time. And it's my understanding, however, the juror A271, that's the way I'm going to identify her, whose seat number 7 was the juror who was ill, and she will not be proceeding with us today. She's unavailable today and would be unavailable as a juror until at least Tuesday of next week. It's my understanding, based upon that circumstance, that counsel for each party has agreed that that juror, that we should go ahead and proceed with trial, and that juror should be discharged due to illness, and our first alternate, to maintain the randomness of selection, the first alternate, which would be 20, would be seated in her place. Now that's sort of quickly, but a brief history of what we've done so far. Does counsel for each side, the state first, agree that that's pretty much that's an accurate rendition, although a shortened rendition of what we've done?
On behalf of the state, we do, Your Honor.
All right, and on behalf of the defense?
Yes, thank you.
Now, we had 2 phone conferences. To the extent if the defendant wasn't present at those conferences because they were rather hastily thrown together, it's my understanding that he has and will waive any right that he may have to be present at the phone conference on the 28th and the 29th. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. I actually spoke to him on the evening of the 28th, and he agreed to it.
And you agree with that, Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
All right, all right. So are we now ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let's bring the jury in. may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's good to see you all here. As you're all aware, juror was in seat 7. That would be juror A271, reported illness and is ill and would not be available to sit as a juror in this case until at least Tuesday of next week. In view of that circumstance, and with the parties' consent of each party, the court has decided that that juror should be discharged, will no longer be a juror in this case. And when that happens, the court looks to our alternate jurors, and to maintain the randomness of jury selection, the court goes to the first alternate. And the first alternate is B20. You're all aware of your numbers here, so I won't identify anyone by name, but B20 will be designated as the juror to replace A271. I'm going to ask you, also B20, if you will occupy seat 7 up here in the jury box. Now you are, of course, you took it the same oath that all other jurors are. You are now one of the 12 seated jurors in this case. The rest of you remain alternates at this time, but you can see the importance of having alternates in this way. So, you've all, I want to confirm one thing too. You've all indicated to the bailiffs as you came into the courthouse that you were feeling well, that you weren't experiencing any cold or flu symptoms. If that's not true of any of you, would you raise your hand for me now? All right, so that confirms that you're all feeling well and ready to proceed. You've all been offered face masks as well, and I will tell you also that we've disinfected the jury box, but you've all been offered face masks. I don't see anybody wearing them, but if at any point you decide you do want to wear one, we have plenty of those for you, all right? Now, is the state ready to proceed at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. The state may call another witness.
Your Honor, the state would call April Manley to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Manley. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and go ahead and spell your last name for the record?
April Manley, M-A-N-L-E-Y.
Okay. And Ms. Manley, how old are you?
47.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
James Manley,
Okay. And how long have you been married?
27 years.
Okay. Do you have any children?
2 boys,
Okay. And how old are they?
Cody's 27 and Gregory's 24.
Okay. And have both of your children graduated from high school and are currently working?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you work?
No, I don't.
Okay. And why don't you work?
I have a lot of medical issues.
Okay. can you tell us where you live?
Union Hill,
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
27 years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pull at State's Exhibit X. Miss Manley, I'm going to have a map. It should show in front of you, but let's check this. Right in front of you is a silver, looks like a pen, but it expands. So if you don't mind, once the map is up there, just looking at it and kind of giving the jury an idea, oh, there it is, of where on Union Hill Road.
I would live over in this area, right in here.
Okay. So further down the road, down from Dana's.
Yes, right off 32.
Pardon me?
Right off 32.
Okay, all right, thank you. And how long have you lived there?
27 years.
27 years, I'm sorry, did I ask you that already?
Yes.
Sorry. Can you tell us what county is your address in there on Union Hill?
Adams County.
Adams County, okay. And can you tell us, do you live close to your mother-in-law?
Yes, she lives right across the yard from me.
Right across the yard from you, is that what you said? Okay. Do you know what county her residence is in?
She's in Pike County.
Okay,
Our property splits right down the middle.
okay. How close would you say you are to the residence that Dana and Hannah and little Chris lived in?
It wouldn't even be quite a mile.
Okay. Okay. So just for way of background, I'm just going to have you talk a little bit about who the various people are in the family, okay? I'm not sure that we've really connected all the dots so far, but go ahead and tell us, first of all, you said you were married to James Manley.
Yes.
Correct? And can you tell us who is Dana Rhoden?
She's my sister-in-law, James' sister.
Okay. And she was married to Chris Sr., correct?
Yes.
And they have 3 children, correct?
Yes.
And who are her 3 children, or their 3 children?
Hannah, Frankie, and Christopher.
Okay. Do you know where Dana worked at the time of her death?
I don't know the name of the nurse at home. It was the new one right there beside Adams County Hospital.
Okay. And has she always, do you know what she did?
She was a nurse assistant.
Okay. And was she always in that field?
Yes.
Okay. And when did she start?
She started her senior year in high school.
Okay. And did she also have a dealer's license for cars?
We found out after her death that she did.
Okay. And then Chris Sr. obviously would be your former brother-in-law,
Yes.
correct? And do you know where he worked?
Bear Creek Lake.
Okay. And then, do you know how old Frankie was at the time that he was killed?
I believe it was 20. Yeah, because they just start 27, yeah.
Okay. Is he close in age to any of your children?
Yes, him and Cody's 2 weeks apart.
Okay. And in fact, did Frankie and Cody work together at the time of Frankie's death?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, where did Frankie and Hazel always live in the trailer where Frankie was found?
Why they was together, yes.
Okay. Where did Frankie live prior to that?
with his dad.
Okay. At the 4077 address?
I'm not sure the addresses, but yeah,
Okay,
Chris.
the one that Chris Senior was living in?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And then who lived in that trailer that Frankie and Hazel were at?
Dana.
Okay. Dana and Hannah and little Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever been in that residence
Yes.
before? And do you know where each of the rooms were as far as who stayed in which room?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and tell us that?
When it was Dana lived there or Frankie?
Well, both, I guess.
Dana had the master's, the room closest to Chris Senior's house.
Okay, so when you walked in the door, would that be to the left or to the right?
Yes.
To the left?
Yes.
Okay. And then,
The little room going back the hallway to the right, the first bedroom was Hannah's. And then the back bedroom where Frankie was found was Christopher's.
okay. And can you tell us, at the time of their deaths, they were living at that 3122 Union Hill Road that you said was closer to you're closest to that address
Yes,
than the others. Do you know how long they had been there? at
a
that-
month.
A month?
A month.
Okay. A month to the day, or?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Hannah had just had a child, correct?
Yes.
In fact, were you at the hospital? when
Yes.
She had a child? Okay. Do you know who else was at the hospital when she gave birth to?
It was me, Dana, Corey. And I believe my mother-in-law, Judy.
Okay. And who is Corey?
It was Hannah's boyfriend.
Okay. And do you know where Hannah Mae worked at the time that she was killed?
The little nursing home there on Bear Creek. I can't think of the name of it.
On which,
On Bear Creek right there,
okay,
Edgewood, that's the name of it.
Edgewood?
Yes.
That's what you said, okay. And do you know what she was doing there?
Nurse assistant.
Okay. And little Chris and Hannah were both living with Dana at that 3122,
Yes.
correct? And had you ever been in that location?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us where they each stayed in that location?
If you walked in the front door, turned right, that little bedroom that was off by itself was Christopher's. And then if you turned left and went back through the kitchen and living room, Dana's was the first bedroom we'd run into. And then if you turned to your right, Hannah's was the add-on.
Okay. And Gary Rhoden was,
Chris's cousin,
okay. And then Kenneth Rhoden,
Chris's brother.
okay. And Hannah Hazel,
Frankie's fiance.
okay. And can you tell us who Chelsea Robinson is?
It is Frankie's ex-girlfriend, his first baby's mom,
Okay. And she is the mother of whom?
Brentley.
Okay. Can you tell us, April, what your relationship was like with the 8 people that we just discussed? Specifically the ones that lived there on Union Hill Road. Would you see them often? What was your
I would
nature of
see
your?
Dana, the 3 kids, at least one of them daily.
And can you tell us, would she sometimes stop by your property to see her parents?
She
too?
would stop just about every day to check on her mom and dad on her way to work.
And can you describe the nature of your husband's relationship with his sister?
Him and Dana was very close. They had an unbreakable bond.
Okay. Are you aware of the, well, first of all, how many siblings did Dana have besides your husband?
Besides my husband, 2 others,
Okay, and who are they?
Bobby Joe and Kathy.
Okay. And then Chris Sr., do you know who his siblings are?
I'll try to get them all straight. There was Chris, Kenneth, Tony, and Brady, Wilma, Teresa, Norma.
I think you got them. Okay. Going to take you to April 22nd of 2016. First of all, I want to ask you if you remember the night before, what you were doing, what was going on in your household.
I didn't know at the time, but I found out a couple of days later that I had severe bronchitis, so I was sleeping on a recliner where I could breathe.
Okay. So you slept in a recliner so you could breathe all night long?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, do you recall what time you got up that morning or what was going on when you got up?
Yeah, it was probably 7 because I was making, no, it was earlier than that. It was 6 because I had to get my youngest son that was still in high school up for school. And then get Cody up for work.
Okay. And so you're getting the children up and at 'em. Do you recall if your husband worked that day?
No, he did not work.
Okay. Where did he work at that time?
He worked for Hobart in logging.
Okay. And do you know why he wasn't working?
Rain.
Okay. Was it raining when you were up that morning, or had it rained overnight? Do you know?
It rained overnight, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall what he was doing instead of working?
Laying in bed, I believe.
Okay. What do you remember happening then during that time period?
I remember him leaving, said that he was going to probably go out to his mom and dad, and so go to Dana's, or not Dana's, I'm sorry, Chris's.
Okay. Did you go with him at that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And do you recall if your youngest son went off to school yet at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what Cody was doing at that time?
We was trying to get a hold of Frankie because it was done time for them to leave, and he hadn't made it yet. Because Frankie came to my house every day and rode with Cody.
Okay. So Cody and him worked together and they would ride together, and
Yes.
Frankie would come to your house first?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember happening next?
I remember my husband coming back and telling me that Dana was also dead.
So your husband comes back and tells you that he believes Dana is dead.
Yes.
What do you do as a result of that?
I went with him out to Dana's. He was an emotional wreck. I didn't want him to be alone.
Okay. Did he tell you anything about Kylie at that time?
James, yes.
Yeah.
He said that he'd heard Kylie crying that he wouldn't walk back there because he knew what kind of mother Hannah was, and she wouldn't be letting Kylie cry like that.
Okay. So he was concerned because he felt Hannah would have been tending to the baby.
Yes,
Okay, so you said you went with him so that he would not be alone. Did you arrive at Dana's
yes.
residence? And what did you do when you got there?
We stood down at the bottom of the driveway.
Okay. And what was your purpose of that, standing out at the end of the driveway?
We was waiting for the cops to come by.
Okay, and what was your intent then?
We flagged one down.
Okay, and is that what you did?
Yes, after, because we'd already talked to a cop on my mother-in-law's phone that was already out at one of the other scenes.
Okay. So you had a conversation with an officer who was with your mother-in-law up at Frankie's?
Yes,
Okay. And so they knew that you needed help or
Yes.
assistance at that location too?
yes,
Okay. And once officers arrived, were you able to flag them down?
yes.
Okay. And did anybody else, EMS or anybody else arrive on that scene?
Yes, the EMS came shortly after the first officer.
Okay. And once the police got there, what did you do?
They asked me, came out and asked me who else should be there, and I told them, and then they said they couldn't find little Chris. And I told them where his bedroom was, and they came back in and out, and told me they still couldn't, and asked me to draw a map of Dana's home, the layout.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
Okay. And would you agree that their residence is not laid out in a straightforward manner, I
no,
guess?
she had a couple add-ons.
Okay. And so after you drew a map for the officers, were they able to locate everybody in that residence?
At the time I was there, they still didn't know that it was little Chris in there.
Okay.
I never found out till I was at the hospital that they found him.
Okay. And do you know if his vehicle was there at that time?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And did that contribute at all to the confusion?
Yes.
Since his car wasn't there?
Yes,
Okay. And do you know if that was located later?
yes.
Where was it
We
located?
later found out that he had gotten in trouble. His dad took it and took the tires and hit his lug nuts.
And while you were there, did they remove Kylie from that residence?
Yes.
And what happened then?
An officer went in and got her and brought her out to an EMT.
Say it again.
An officer went in and got her, brought her out to an EMT.
Okay. And what did the EMT do with her?
They put her in the squad.
Okay. And what did you do?
I asked if I could hold her, and they told me that I couldn't until they collected any evidence that might be on her.
Okay. Were you ultimately allowed to hold her?
Later at the hospital I was, after they took her clothes and stuff.
Okay. So did you stay with her
Yes.
while they were tending to her at this
Yes. I
residence?
stayed at the
Okay.
hospital with her.
You say you did go to the hospital with her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember which hospital you went to?
Adams County.
Okay. And you actually rode in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened while you were at the hospital? What did they do with her?
They kept her back in her room, and I was allowed to stay with her until a certain point, and then they wouldn't let me stay no more.
Okay. And while you were there, did anybody else show up to the hospital?
Yeah, I had some, I don't recall who all, but I knew there was a couple of my nieces and nephews there and a cousin of mine. And then eventually at the end, Jake showed up, Jake Wagner.
Okay. And where were you when Jake Wagner showed up?
I was outside smoking.
Okay. And can you tell us how that interaction went?
He was just like, I don't know, he was motionless. That makes sense to you. He didn't, no cries, no, like, he wasn't worried about nothing. Wasn't someone that had just lost someone they claimed to love.
Okay. So he was not showing emotion at
No.
that time? Okay. Why was he there?
He came to check on Kylie to see if he could take her.
Did you inform him that he could not take her?
Yes.
Okay. And did he hug you at all while he was there?
Yes.
How long would you say he was there?
It wasn't long, maybe. It was 10, 15 minutes, because it was shortly after that I went back to go back in with Kylie, and they told me I couldn't be there anymore.
They told you you couldn't be there anymore? Okay. And do you know if Ruger was at that same hospital?
They brought Ruger, but that's when they told me I had to leave, is when the child service came in with Ruger.
Okay. Where did you go after you left the hospital?
I went up to Union Hill Church to meet with the rest of my family.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that Kenneth Rhoden had also been killed?
Yes.
Okay.
Family told me when I got there.
When you got to the church? Okay. And April, can you tell us, did you go to the funerals
Yes.
of all 8 individuals?
I did not go to Gary's.
Okay. And was Gary's held separately?
Yes.
Do you know where it was held?
In Kentucky.
Okay. When you were at the funerals, well, first of all, can you tell us, were some or all of them held together other than Gary's?
Chris and Kenneth, Dana's, and the 3 kids was together.
Okay. And did you see Billy Wagner there at the funeral?
Yes.
And was there any, did you observe any injuries on him at that time?
He had like bruising on his face.
And what about Jake Wagner? Did you see him at the funerals?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I should back you up. When you saw Jake at the hospital, can you tell us if you noticed anything unusual about him?
His hair, it was extremely dark.
Okay. And had you had contact with Jake Wagner prior to that date? Many times.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, was that his natural hair or did it appear to be different?
It was different.
Okay. State's Exhibit Y. Is that showing on your screen there?
Yes,
Okay. And in looking at that picture, first of all, who is that?
Jake Wagner.
Okay. And can you tell us if his hair in that picture, if that looks similar or different than when you saw him at the hospital?
That's the way it looked at the hospital.
Okay. And can you tell us, were you interviewed by BCI and the police?
Later in the case, yes.
Okay, so not that same day?
No,
Okay, but as the months progressed?
Yes.
Correct? And did you provide both your DNA and phones to BCI?
yes.
Okay. Regarding Dana's new place, how many times had you been there? Had you been there?
To the new one,
Yeah.
several times.
Okay, and what purposes? For what purposes?
Different stuff, like I made her curtains and stuff for her bedroom. I painted her living room, kitchen.
Helped her just with the moving and stuff?
Yes,
Okay. And did they have a baby shower for Hannah there?
yes.
Did you attend that?
No,
Okay. During the week leading up to the homicides, had you been there?
that week?
Yes.
Yes, I was there the Wednesday before.
Okay. Do you recall what day of the week Hannah had Kylie?
I
That's
don't
a,
know.
that's a tough math
Right.
thing on there. So, do you know the date?
She had her on the 17th, I believe, of April.
Okay. And you indicated you were there on that Wednesday. Can you tell us who else was there?
My son Cody went out with me, and then already there was Dana, little Chris, Hannah, Kylie, a friend of Dana's that she worked with, and before I left, Jake had come in. And Sophia was there, but I don't recall if she came with Jake or she was already there with Hannah.
Okay. And why were you there?
Dana had, excuse me, Dana had called me to come out, me and Cody, to bring a drill because the kids had been swinging on her laundry room door and knocked it off, and she wanted us to come finish taking it off.
Just finished taking it off?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated that as you were leaving, Jake was arriving?
yes.
Okay. And do you know what his purpose was?
Hannah said to show her how to set up a baby bed for Kylie that had been Sophia's.
Okay. Can you tell us, did you know Jake Wagner prior to that date?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know all of the Wagners, I guess?
I know of them.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I grew up on Lloyd's Run, so they owned all the property all the way around us.
Okay.
And then as Hannah got with them, I knowed of
Okay.
Jake, Billy, and George, but the only one I really was around was Jake.
Okay. Because of Hannah?
Yes,
Okay. And were there times that Jake would stay with Hannah when she was living in the residence, the Frank and Hazel?
yes, he would spend the night.
Okay. Did you ever see Billy at Chris's residence?
Not at Chris's.
I'm sorry, Billy Wagner? Did you ever see him at any of the residences, I guess?
Specifically at the residence. I'd seen him with them before, but not.
Okay, all right. Tell us when you saw them together.
I seen him come up with Kenneth at Pike County Hospital the night that Chris had got beaten with a 204.
So Chris Senior was in the hospital,
Yes.
and Kenneth and Billy came together?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about Billy at that time?
He stood out to me because I always did think he was scary. He stood out to me because he was wearing a gun on his side that night.
On his what?
On the side when he hooked his belt.
Okay. Was it like in a holster or something?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear him discussing anything with Kenneth?
Him and Kenneth was talking about getting revenge on whoever it was that had beaten Chris.
Okay. He was obviously hurt pretty bad.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the extent of his injuries?
I don't recall. I remember he got pretty beat up.
Okay. And when else have you seen Billy Wagner?
When Hannah Mae was involved in a car accident.
Okay. And where did you see him at that time?
He showed up to the scene.
Okay. And you had two,
Yes.
obviously? Okay. And where was that? Do you recall?
41 and 32 in Peebles.
Okay. Did you ever see or meet George Wagner?
I had seen him a couple times in all the years, and it was like at Sophia's birthday parties.
Okay. And where would Sophia's birthday parties be?
They would usually be at the Wagner residence.
Okay. And do you remember where at that time was their residence?
Peterson,
Okay. And what about Angela Wagner?
I never seen her much either besides Sophia's parties.
Okay. And can you tell us, you indicated Jake Wagner was the one who would be around the most because of Hannah, and that he would sometimes be up at that residence that Frankie and Hazel were found in when Dana and Hannah and little Chris lived there.
Yes.
Can you tell us what your interactions would have been with him?
We didn't interact. I didn't like him, he didn't like me.
Okay. Why not?
Because he thought I was nosy and needed to stay in my place because I would defend Hannah.
Okay. And how do you know that he felt that way?
Because they was at my house one evening and they'd got into it. And Hannah had left, she had just got a driver's license. She was a new driver. And she called me, he'd left after her, and she called me and said he was chasing her around at high speeds. And I told her to try to get away somewhere, and she finally got away from him and hid behind a church on Union Hill. And I called her mom, and her mom called her dad, and then I called Hannah back and stayed on the phone with her until Chris got to her.
Okay. So they had they were both at your house?
Yes.
Both Jake and Hannah Mae?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they got into it. Do you recall
I
it
don't
all?
recall what they was arguing about.
Okay.
I know he had said at one point there at the house that he had bought everything for the baby. She was pregnant, and that he would take it all and she'd have nothing.
Okay.
But what had started the argument, I don't know.
Okay. And she left in her vehicle?
She left in her mom's car she had.
Okay. You said this was when she had just started driving?
Yes.
And she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have a separate vehicle then?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that he was chasing her, or by
Not when they
seeing it, or
left, no.
just when she called you and told
Yes.
you that? Okay. And Did he ever communicate to you that you were nosy and needed to stay in your place, or?
He told Hannah.
Okay. And were you also aware that Chris had had to go and get Hannah one day when she
Yes.
left the Wagners?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other interactions that you had with Jake, or that you observed with Jake? Specifically, Halloween or other things like that?
Objection to the meeting, Judge.
Well, I'll sustain the objection.
Was there any other observations you had of Jake Wagner that caused you not to like him?
He was very controlling over Hannah. Like, we wasn't allowed to take Sophia trick or treating, even though if it's Hannah's week. After Hannah had Sophia, Hannah was always a chunky little monkey. And she had got down so tiny because he would tell her that she was fat and tell her not to eat.
Did Hannah ever tell you that she was scared
Yes,
of Jake?
yes,
And did she indicate that she was afraid of Jake and his family?
yes.
Tell us about that.
The day they moved in, their new place, we was out there working on the yard as a tree had fell. And Hannah had started telling me that,
Objection.
Basis is,
It's hearsay, Judge.
I'm sorry.
It's hearsay.
Your Honor, I believe this goes to the state of mind of Hannah Mae at that time, if she's talking about being afraid.
Judge, can we approach, please?
But yeah, court will sustain the last objection made by defense counsel.
Okay, Ms. Manley, without telling us why she was afraid, or what she told you as to why she was afraid, can you tell us who she was afraid of?
The Wagner family.
Okay. And can you tell us what she was afraid of?
Objection.
Well, we're going to get into hearsay if we're going to start reasons. You know.
It's not a reason, Your Honor. It's what she was afraid of.
Objection.
We just talked about this, I thought.
I think we haven't identified anyone here. We're just talking very generally. I'm afraid we're going to get into inadmissible hearsay, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Ms. Manley, did you become aware at some point that Hannah had been present for an incident regarding Tabitha
Yes.
Wagner?
Oh, I'm sorry, basis is.
One, the question is leading, Your Honor.
Say it again.
One, the question is leading.
Well,
Two, we're getting into hearsay issues again.
well, ask the question again, and then what question are you asking her?
I asked if she became aware that Hannah was present for an incident regarding Tabitha.
Well, it is a leading question. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you ever have to go pick up Hannah from the Wagners? Did you ever pick her up from the Wagners?
Oh, yes, one time she had called and asked me to pick her up when they lived on Bethel Hill.
Well, the response actually even goes beyond the question, but it also may be getting into hearsay, so I'm going to sustain the objection. The jury will disregard the response to that question.
Okay.
Other than the yes, the jury may consider that.
That she went and picked up
Yeah, but when we,
Hannah Mae. And at that time, they were living at Bethel Hill?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you pick her up at?
I went to the graveyard parking lot across from their driveway and sat and wait for
Okay.
them to bring her down to me.
Were you ever present for exchanges between Jake and Hannah?
No.
Did you ever go to the fireworks? First of all, are you aware that Chris Sr. had fireworks display every 4th of July?
Yes.
Okay. And actually had his fireworks dealer license, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't know that? Okay. But he would do that annually, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever attend those?
I attended a couple, not many of them.
Okay. And when you were in attendance, did you see any of the Wagners there?
I don't recall them being there, no.
Okay, not even Jake?
No.
Okay, back to the family. Did you know about any marijuana grows at Chris Sr.'s?
No.
Had you ever been out to Kenneth's?
No, I hadn't been to that property for years.
Okay. When had you been there? What was the most recent time you had been there?
It
prior
had probably been 10 years prior when I went down there when my children and Frankie and Christopher was working on a derby car in the barn.
Okay. So they would go down to Kenneth's,
Did Brady's.
Brady's? Okay. And Brady Rhoden is one of the brothers of Chris, correct?
Yes.
And he lives somewhat close
Yes.
to Kenneth's? Okay. Did you know about any chicken fighting?
No.
Okay. Did you know, and you said you did not know about any of the marijuana
No.
grows that were found? Okay. And you talked about Frankie doing derby cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who would you say were Frankie Rhoden's best friends?
Brett Hatfield, James Spillman, Brandon Rhoden, Jake Rhoden, Cody, my son.
Cody, your son?
Yes.
Okay. And who else did you said Brett?
Brett Hatfield, James Spillman, Brandon and Jake Rhoden.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because they would all come to my house with him. They was always with him.
Okay. Did Frankie ever come to your house with George Wagner?
No.
Or Jake Wagner, for that matter?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the locks on Frankie's trailer, if those were newer at the time of the homicides?
They had put them up shortly before Dana had moved out, moved to her new place.
Okay. And can you tell us why that was?
Because Brentley had got out and went to his papa's, and Chris went back up there and got them all up, and they was all in trouble because that baby got out.
Okay. And they hadn't realized it?
Yeah, they was
Okay.
all sleeping.
Okay. So do you know which new locks they put up?
They put the chain locks towards the top where Brentley couldn't get to them.
Okay. Can you tell us who were Hannah Mae's closest friends?
Her closest friend was Kendra Rhoden.
And who is Kendra Rhoden?
It's also her cousin. It's Kenneth's daughter.
When Hannah was pregnant, did you know who the father was?
Yes,
And who was the father?
Charlie Gilly.
And did you know that before she was born? Or-
Yes,
Okay. Did Hannah ever say it was anybody else's baby other than
No.
Charlie Gillies? Were you present at the hospital? I know you indicated you were present at the hospital when Kylie was born. Were you present when Jake Wagner came?
no.
Okay. Ms. Manley, after the homicides, in addition to trying to cooperate and help BCI in any way you could, did you ever try to see Sophia?
I had called him, got a hold of him and asked him to bring her to my oldest son's wedding, and he did bring him to the wedding, but they showed up at the end of the reception.
Okay, and who was they?
Sophia and Jake.
Okay. And what was your purpose of inviting them at that time?
We was all just trying to keep Sophia in our lives.
And was there any other time that he allowed you to see her?
I had seen her one other time at Brentley's birthday party down at Bear Creek.
Okay. And did you try to see her more often than just those 2 times?
My mother and father-in-law had got a hold of him several times and asked him, but
Objection.
eventually we quit trying.
Yeah,
Objection.
on hearsay?
Hearsay.
Yeah, the court, without any further basis for that response, the court will sustain the objection and direct the jury to disregard that response.
Okay. So, did you want to see Sophia more than just those 2 times?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what time period are we talking about from the homicides until the point that the Wagners were arrested? How many times did you get to see
I'd only
Sophia?
seen her them twice.
Okay. Was there a time that you took presents to her?
Yes, there was. I'm sorry, I did forget about that. Me and Chelsea Robinson. Chelsea had asked me to ride with her to take.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. The response is going beyond the question. Just listen to the question and respond to the question.
Okay, go ahead. So you went with Chelsea Robinson?
Yes, we took gifts to Peterson Road to their house.
Okay. And did they allow you into their home?
No, we had to stay right there in that foyer as you come in the door.
And what?
Right as you come in the door, that foyer.
Okay. Ms. Manley, on April 22nd of 2016, the day that you went to Dana's house with your husband, did you ever go into that house?
No,
And did you go to or into any of the other homes where the 8
no,
victims were found? I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Manley.
good morning.
I'm going to ask you some questions just for clarification in regard to the answers that you had just gave Ms. Knepp, okay?
Okay,
And so we have certain rules here. When I ask you questions, I would like for you to not tell me what somebody else had told you, if you can avoid that. In other words, I just want to know about your personal observations, okay? Do you understand?
yes,
Okay, and I noticed you nodded your head. I just have to remind you that we have a court reporter here trying to record our answers. So if I catch you nodding your head, I'll just ask you to say out loud what your answer is. And so if I understood your testimony correctly, you have been married to James Manley for 27 years, is that right?
yes,
All right. And you live right next door to his mother, is that right?
yes,
Okay, and it's right there at the beginning of Union Hill Road.
yes,
Okay. So, on the morning of April the 22nd, I understand that that night of April 21st into the morning, you were very sick, you had bronchitis, is that
Yes.
right? And because of that, you had difficulty sleeping in your bed, is that right?
Yes.
And so you slept in the living room in a recliner.
yes,
And you have a cell phone, is that right?
yes,
And if I'm not mistaken, with your testimony, that your husband is a logger by trade, is that right?
Yes,
And in fact, he was engaged in that line of occupation on that time of April the 22nd of 2016.
Yes.
And he did not go to work because of the rain that night, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, and you've been interviewed by BCI agents in regard to this case?
yes,
Several times, right?
yes,
And you have reviewed your phone records, and you have been questioned about text messages from Jake Wagner
yes,
at about 3:30 in the morning on April the 22nd. Is that
Yes.
right? But you did not possess that cell phone, right?
I did not make no calls, no.
Yeah, in fact, there were some other calls to somebody else with that phone. Do you recall who that was? Or text messages? Did Chad Burns?
Yes,
And who is Chad Burns?
he's my husband's best friend.
All right, and so you had told BCI agents that your husband must have been the one that used your phone that night, is that right?
He used it to call his boss, yes.
Okay, and so you're not the one who texted or received a text from Jake Wagner, though, right?
No.
All right. And we talked about the location of where Dana lived. Dana lived at the mobile home where Frankie and Hannah Gilly lived. Is that right?
She used to, yes.
Okay. And so, and that address is 4199. Is that right, or do you
I
recall?
don't know the addresses. I know
Okay.
where they live, but
But at the time of the murders, the residence in which Frankie and Hannah lived was Dana's residence previously. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And who lived in that residence?
when it was Dana,
Yeah.
Little Chris, and Hannah.
Okay. And do you know how long they had lived there?
Oh, it was years, I'm not sure exact
Okay.
amount.
How often did you visit them there?
I visit Dana often.
Okay. And Chris Sr., he lived in the mobile home just next to that residence, is that right?
Yes,
In fact, the residence in which he was killed in.
yes,
Okay. Now, you're aware that through your testimony, you testified that Dana had resided in the new location for about 30 days, is that right?
yes,
In fact, Chris Sr. bought that residence for her, right?
yes,
And it's your understanding that Chris Sr. paid $30,000 cash, is that right?
I know it was a high amount, but I'm not,
Do
I
you
don't
recall?
recall the exact amount, no.
Okay, I can refresh your recollection with an interview that you had given a BCI agent if you need me to do that.
I'm going to object because I feel like this is probably hearsay.
Are you aware,
Well,
so about the purchase price, are you personally
well,
aware
wait
of
just
that,
a
or is that
minute.
something
Are you
heard?
withdrawing the former question then?
I'm going to retract the question and rephrase it. The
All right.
purchase price of the mobile home, is that something you're personally aware of, or something that was just relayed to you?
No, I knew of it, I just don't recall now, it's been so many years.
Okay.
I
And-
don't recall the exact price.
Okay, now I asked you $30,000 cash, right?
He did give cash up, yes, I know,
Okay,
but I was saying, I don't recall if it was 30,000, it's been,
okay. And in fact, it was not unusual for Chris Sr. to have large amounts of cash, is that right?
I'm not aware of his finances, I cannot answer for his finances.
All right, well, let me ask you, at one point you and your husband had split, is that right?
Yes,
And I believe your husband, James, had gotten into some criminal trouble, had gotten into some trouble, is that right?
yes,
And Chris Sr. had given him $5,000 to help with his expenses in relation to that?
I wasn't with him, we was split.
All right, so would you remember giving that information to a BCI agent?
Could have, I don't understand what you're getting to, could you explain?
I'm just asking you questions if you can answer them. Do you recall giving that information to a BCI agent?
That my husband got money from Chris?
Yes.
Yeah, I could have.
5,000?
I don't know the amount, no.
Okay. Also, in regard to Chris, you had testified that at one point Chris was in the hospital beaten by a 2x4. Is that right?
Yes, at the ER.
Okay. And do you know, are you aware of the circumstances behind that?
No, I don't.
Okay. So on the morning of April the 22nd, one of the children was taken to a hospital in Adams County. Is that right?
Yes,
And was taken by ambulance.
yes,
And you rode in that ambulance, is that right?
yes.
Okay. And which hospital is it that you went to?
Adams County.
Okay. And while you were there, Jake Wagner showed up, is that right?
Yes.
Explain that to me. Where were you? What was his appearance? Can you give us some more information on that?
I can tell you what I remember.
Okay.
We was outside smoking, and he came up to the cars where we stayed in.
Yeah. Who is we? Who else was there with you?
There was a couple of my nieces and nephews, my cousin,
Okay.
some other family members.
And so Jake was alone, is that right?
Yes,
And he approached you and he spoke with you.
yes,
And as a result of that conversation, you understood Jake was there to inquire about Kylie, is that right?
yes.
All right. And was he wanting to take Kylie?
He had thought that Kylie belonged to him.
Okay. And I believe in your direct testimony, you said that he appeared emotionless, is that right?
That's right.
And how long did Jake stay there talking with you?
It wasn't long, because right after I went in to smoke, they told us we couldn't stay no longer, and I left. It was maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Now, there was nothing about that conversation which caused you to alert BCI immediately about Jake Wagner, right?
No,
And now you know that he was involved in these murders, right?
that's what I said.
And so, however he behaved, it was in a way that did not alert you that he was involved, right?
At the time, I wasn't paying no attention to anybody around me.
Okay. And you testified that you're aware of Jake and who he is, and in fact, there was a situation in which Jake had chased Hannah. Is
Yes,
that right?
Yes.
In fact, you witnessed an argument between those two in the driveway.
it was in my house,
Okay, in your house or in your driveway?
in my house.
Okay. And that's where Hannah had fled and Jake chased her, right?
Yes,
As for Frankie, how often would he visit you at your home?
I seen Frankie almost every day.
Okay. And that would be visiting you at your home?
Yes,
Okay. Or would you visit him at his home? I'm just
Most-
curious the extent of the contact you had with him.
I would see him mostly at mine, but I would go to his once in a while.
Okay. You spoke of Hannah, and you, I think, had a close relationship with Hannah, right?
Yes,
And you testified who the father of Hannah's child is, and that's who?
Charlie Gilly,
She was also dating a boy by the last name of Holdren?
Corey.
Okay. And that was close in time to dating this other fellow that you mentioned, is that right?
Not too far.
Okay. You testified about your efforts to see Sophia, and you were communicating with Jake to try and make contact, is that right?
I had sent him a couple of messages, yes.
Now, there was an incident that you had testified in which you had went to pick up Hannah. You recall that, right?
Yes.
And how did you know, without telling me anything about the conversation, how did you know that Hannah needed picked up?
She called me and asked me to come pick her up.
Okay. And then she told you, I'll meet you at the end of the driveway or
Yes,
something
because
to
that
effect?
driveway was very rough.
Okay, all right. Had she ever called you before from the Wagners?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, you just recall that one incident in which she called.
Yes.
And do you recall if she called from her cell phone, or was it a landline?
I don't recall. That's been years
Okay.
ago.
All right. And one other question, or a few questions about Frankie. Could you tell me what his hobbies were?
Derby, hunting,
Okay, all right. And do you know who he hunted with?
I never went hunting with him. I'm assuming he's friends.
Okay, all right. Thank you. No further questions.
Does the state wish to redirect?
Ms. Manley, you were asked about the generosity of Chris Rhoden or his finances and providing money to people. Did he also give you money to help you with paying for your mom's funeral?
Yes, he did.
And you were asked if Jake Wagner was acting like someone who didn't have anything to do with these murders. I believe in your direct testimony, you indicated that he did not ask about Hannah, he was only asking about
Not
Kylie.
Kylie.
And that he was not showing any emotions.
Correct.
Okay. And you did share that information with the police too, correct? You did ultimately share that information with the BCI?
About him coming to the hospital?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that Chad Burns was your husband's best friend. Is he deceased now?
Yes, Chad's deceased. He was killed in a car accident.
Okay. Do you recall texting with him later that day on April 27th?
I don't even
2016?
recall having a conversation with him, no.
Okay. Did you also, before the homicides, did you have Jake Wagner's number?
No.
After the homicides, did you get his number?
Yes.
Okay. In order to communicate to see Sophia?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the Jake and George being at the funerals. Did you see George or Angela at the funerals?
No.
And can you tell us, okay. So did any of your sons go hunting with Frankie?
Gregory might have a couple of times.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you also share with BCI why it bothers you so much that Jake hugged you that day?
Because I often wonder if he still had my baby's blood on him when he touched me.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
No further questions.
You may step down. Would this be a good time for a break?
Yes, Your Honor, and yes.
Counsel for defense agree. All right. We are going to take our 15-minute recess, morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. While you're at recess, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research at all concerning this case as to the facts or as to the law. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. It's about 10:40 right now, so we'll be in recess until 5 till 11.
council ready for the jury to be brought in?
I believe we are, Your Honor.
Yes.
Go ahead and bring them up, Jason. Seated. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Cody Manley to the stand.
Please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
Yes.
Please be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
James Cody Manley.
Say it again.
James Cody Manley.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you can before the court reporter asks you to do that, okay? She has to take down everything we say, so just try to keep your voice up, okay? Can you tell us, how old are you?
27.
27? Are you married?
No.
Okay. Do you work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Pike County CTC.
Okay. And what is Pike County CTC?
It's a school.
I'm sorry, what?
It's a school.
Okay. And do you do anything else?
I drive school bus for Soda Valley also.
Jeff, you're having a hard time hearing the witness. Maybe the microphone could be moved or adjusted.
I think that's on. Just speak to it as closely as you can and try to keep your voice up a little bit, if you would.
Okay.
Okay, much better. Okay. So you said you also drive a school bus for Scioto County? Did you
Soda
say-
Valley.
Scioto Valley, sorry. Did you say part-time?
Part-time.
Okay. And do you, are you employed at a volunteer fire department as well?
Yes.
Where is that?
Camp Creek Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay. And who are your parents, Cody?
James and April Manley.
Okay. And can you tell us, where do you live?
I live on Lloyd's Run.
Sorry,
Lloyd's Run.
Lloyd's Run? Okay. And did you graduate high school?
Yes.
And what high school did you go to?
Soda Valley.
Okay. And who is Frankie Rhoden?
My cousin.
And can you tell us what the nature of your relationship was with your cousin? Were you close? Some cousins never see each other, some are very close. If you could
We were
just tell
close.
us. Say it again.
We were close.
Okay. Were you also close in age?
Yes.
Okay. And did you attend the same school?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, were you in fact working with him at the time these homicides occurred?
Yes.
And where were you working?
With Donnie Stewart, remodeling houses.
You said with Don Stewart?
Donnie Stewart.
Okay, Donnie. Remodeling houses?
Yes.
And who is Donnie Stewart?
He was our teacher
Teacher where?
at Pike County CTC.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you worked there, how would you guys travel together? Would you drive separately? Tell me about that.
He would drive to my house and he would ride with me.
And he would ride with you?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
Union Hill.
Okay.
My mom and dad.
With your parents? Okay. How long did you live on Union Hill Road, or at what age did you move?
I lived there all my life until 2 years ago.
Okay. And did Frankie and Hannah and little Chris also live there their whole lives on Union Hill Road?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you would work in the mornings. Do you remember what your working hours were?
Not sure.
Okay.
I think maybe 8 to 4 or something like that.
You think 8 to 4?
Something like that.
Okay. And he would come to your house and then get into your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, what other things would you do, or would you do any other things with Frankie other than go to school together and work together?
Yeah, we went squirrel hunting sometimes. Just different stuff.
You said squirrel hunting?
Yeah.
Okay. What other kinds of things?
If he's working on derby cars or...
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
I think maybe that we've managed to get you away from that microphone again.
I can't go any farther.
Yeah.
My knees are touching the thing.
Sorry, it's going to be really close to you. I'll try to keep my voice up too, so, okay. So you said something about derby cars. Tell me about that.
Like, he ran the derby.
He ran the derby?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you say sometimes you would help him?
Sometimes I'd help him, yes.
Okay, help him with what?
Like, work on it.
Okay. And would you ever go to the derby?
Yeah, I worked them with the fire department.
You worked the derbies?
With the fire department.
Okay. And can you tell us, did Frankie smoke or drink, to your knowledge?
Not, I've never seen him smoke or drink.
Okay. Not even cigarettes?
No.
Did you know about the chicken fighting that he did?
Yes.
Okay, how did you know about that?
I just knew what the chickens were, but I didn't mess with them.
You just knew what the chickens were, but what?
I never messed with them.
Okay. So you never went on, when
No.
he engaged in that conduct?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us who Chelsea Robinson is?
Frankie's ex.
His ex? And do you know approximately how long they were together for?
A long time.
A long time? Okay. A year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years?
I don't know.
Okay,
I know it was a long time.
okay. Did you know the Wagners?
I knew of them.
Okay. And can you tell us which ones of them did you know of?
Judge.
Basis.
Can we approach for just a moment?
Yes.
Court overrules the objection. You may ask the question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manley, can you tell us which Wagners did you know?
I knew Jake, and I knew Billy.
You knew Jake and Billy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever meet George or Angela?
Objection, is the answer to the question.
Yeah, objection's overruled. You may.
Did you ever meet George Wagner or Angela Wagner?
I met Angela. I seen George a couple times.
You've seen George a couple of times,
Yeah.
and you met Angela.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been to their home?
Yes.
And can you tell us where were they living at the time you were at their home?
Bethel Hill.
Bethel Hill? Okay. And for what reason were you at their home?
I took Hannah there.
Okay. And was this during the time period that she was dating Jake?
Yes.
Do you know if she had had Sophia at that time?
No.
Okay. No, she had not had Sophia?
Right.
Okay. And did you stay there? When you took Hannah up there, did you also stay there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately how long you would have been there?
Maybe 2 hours.
Okay. And when you say you took her, were you of driving age at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And she was not?
Right.
Okay. She's younger than you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were at least 16 years of age at that time?
I was 16.
You were 16, okay. Do you know how much younger she is than you?
2 years.
Was there any other time that you went to the residence of the Wagners?
Not that I can remember.
And can you tell us, when would you see Jake and Billy Wagner?
At Uncle Chris's.
Okay. Who would you see at Uncle Chris's?
Billy and Jake.
Okay. And did you do any activities with any of the Wagners other than that one time when you went up to Bethel Hill Road?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go to church functions or anything?
Objection,
If you-
she answered.
Well, I'm going to overrule it. I'll let you ask it.
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
It was just a lock-in that teens do.
It was a lock-in?
A lock-in that teens do
That
at
teens-
church.
Okay. Okay. So a lock-in meaning what? Like you spent the night at the church
Yes.
overnight? Okay. And can you tell us who was present for that?
I can't remember all who was there.
I'm sorry. You were there.
I was there, like Hannah, Jake, but I can't remember all who was with us.
Okay. Do you recall Chris, your uncle Chris, having fireworks show at his residence?
Yes.
And can you tell me if you ever saw any of the Wagners at those functions?
I've seen Jake and Billy there.
Okay. Did you ever see George Wagner there?
Objection, Judge. It's been asked and answered.
Well, I'm going to permit the question.
Did you ever see George Wagner at any of the fireworks shows that you went to?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay. Did you have interactions with him?
No.
Did you? Do you know how long Jake and Hannah dated?
Like 5 years maybe, or longer.
Okay. And during the time that they were dating, would you see Jake Wagner?
Yes,
Okay. And would he be up at any of the residences there on Union Hill Road?
yes.
Okay. Okay, taking you to, well, I guess I should ask this. Was there ever a time when Jake Wagner would be at your home?
He showed up there once with Hannah.
You said he showed up once with Hannah? Okay, tell me about that.
Well, Hannah was there, then he showed up.
Hannah was already there and then he showed up?
Yeah,
Okay. And what happened?
I guess they were fighting or something.
Okay, when you say you guess they were fighting, what makes you say that? Did you observe something to make you think that?
He was kind of angry.
He was angry?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
Hannah told him to leave her alone.
Hannah said, leave me alone?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then Hannah got in her car and left, and he started chasing her in his truck.
In his truck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do?
We called Uncle Chris.
You called Uncle Chris?
Yeah.
Okay. Taking you to the date of April 22nd of 2022, or 2016, I apologize. Can you tell us what you were doing that morning?
I was getting ready for work.
Okay. And do you recall what you had done the day before?
Me and Frankie went to work, and then we come home. Then I went out there later on that evening and was helping him with a bird kennel.
Okay. So you and Frankie went to work that day,
Yes.
and then when you got home, do you recall approximately what time you would have gotten home?
I know.
Okay. And then you said you went over there later?
Yes.
Over where?
To Frankie's.
Okay, and what did you do at Frankie's?
I helped him with a bird cage thing.
Okay, you helped him with a bird cage?
Yes.
And what were you doing with the bird cage?
It was broke. We had to fix wire on it.
You had to fix it, what?
We had to fix the wire on it.
Okay, so the wiring needed
It was
fixed or
broke.
repaired?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how long you were there for?
I don't know, an hour or a couple hours.
Okay. And do you remember when you left, approximately what time it was that you left?
No, I don't remember. It was getting dark.
Okay. When you were there, who was present at that residence?
Hannah, Hazel, Frankie, and Ruger.
You said Hannah, Hazel, Frankie, and Ruger,
Right.
correct? Okay. Was Brentley there?
No, he was on his way.
He was on his way? Okay. So when you left Frankie's house, it was just Hannah, Hazel, Frankie, and Ruger, and Brentley was on his way, but had not yet gotten there?
Right.
Okay. So you went back to your house then?
Yes,
Okay. And that's where you stayed?
I stayed at home.
Okay. So that morning, you said you woke up and you're getting ready for work, correct?
Correct.
And while you were getting ready for work, did anything happen?
I heard somebody downstairs, but I didn't pay attention to them.
Okay. You heard somebody downstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you indicated that Frankie normally comes to your house and leaves his car, and then you guys carpool to your work site, correct?
Right.
And do you remember where you were working during that time?
It was over on Lake White.
Over in Lake White?
Yeah.
Okay. And did Frankie show up that morning?
No.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I kept calling him because I thought he overslept.
Okay.
And then he didn't answer, so I went out there.
You said he didn't answer, and so you went there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
I seen Bobby Joe's car and a cop car in the driveway. So I just pulled alongside the road. And I went in to the house to wake him up because I thought he was asleep.
Okay. So you drove up to Frankie's. How far away is his house from your house?
Maybe a mile.
Okay. And you said when you got there, you saw a police car
Mm-hmm.
and also Bobby Joe's car. Okay. And at that time, what did you think was occurring?
I just thought Bobby Joe was pulled over.
I'm sorry, I can't hear this. I can't hear.
Yeah, please try to talk louder if you can, so that everybody can hear over here.
Okay.
So you indicated that you thought Bobby Joe was pulled over
Right.
by the police for something.
For some reason.
Okay. And what did you do?
I just pulled alongside the road and walked into Frankie's.
Okay. And can you tell us where did you see the cop car and where was Bobby Joe's car?
Bobby Joe's car was in the driveway / yard, and the cop car was like driveway / road.
Okay. So kind of half in the driveway and half in the road.
Right.
Okay. And you walked into Frankie's house.
Right.
Okay. And what happened?
I went to his bedroom and like froze.
Okay. Why did you freeze?
Because I saw things I didn't want to see.
Okay. Did you see Frankie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anybody else?
Hannah Hazel.
Okay. Do you recall how far into the room you got before you saw them?
I was beside the baby bed.
Beside the baby bed?
Mm-hmm.
And what happened then?
I was just staring at, I was froze. And then I heard somebody, and it ended up being a cop, telling me to go back outside.
Okay. So you heard a cop say go outside, and did you do that?
Not at that time. I just looked back at them, then I heard the cop again tell me to go back outside.
Okay. So basically told you a couple times
Right.
before you actually started moving.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do once you went outside?
I went to find Brentley.
Okay. Did you find him?
Yes.
Okay. And who else was out there at that time?
Ruger and Emma.
And who?
Emma.
Emma who? Do you know?
I don't know what her last name is.
Okay. Was Bobby Joe still there?
I didn't see her.
Okay.
And I think Grandma and Grandpa was there.
You think who?
Grandma and Grandpa.
Okay. And what are their names?
Judy and Leonard.
Manley.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, did you learn that other individuals, well, first of all, could you tell whether or not Frankie and Hannah Hazel were alive at that time?
Yes, I could tell they wasn't alive.
And did you learn that other people had also been killed that day?
A little while later.
Later you did?
Yes.
Okay. So once you came back outside, then what did you do?
I stayed outside with Brentley.
You said you stayed outside what?
With Brentley.
Okay. Did you make any phone calls at that time?
I called Chelsea
Okay. And why did you call Chelsea?
so she can come to Brentley.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of what you told her?
No.
Okay. Did you let her know that Frankie was hurt or anything of that nature? If you recall.
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay. Did you ultimately go to the sheriff's office and get interviewed?
Yes. I went there. So did Dad and Billy.
To the what?
To the sheriff's office.
Okay. Did you drive yourself or did
No.
somebody take you?
The sheriff deputy took us.
Okay. And where was your vehicle at that time? Did it stay there
It
at
stayed-
Frankie's?
Yes. Or somewhere out there. I don't remember.
Okay,
It was parked in that area.
okay. And did you give an interview at the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ultimately, where did you go after that?
We went to the church.
Okay. And do you recall, well, first of all, did you go to the funerals?
Yes.
Did you go to the funerals for all 8 victims?
No.
Okay. Which one did you not go to, or ones?
Gary's.
Okay. But you went to all the others?
Right.
Okay. And were they held together at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Hannah Hazel's wasn't. But
Okay. Did you also go to hers?
yes.
Okay. And do you recall seeing any of the Wagners there?
Yes.
Which Wagners did you see?
Billy, Jake, and George.
Okay. During the investigation, did you talk to BCI on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you provide BCI with your phone so that
Yes.
they could extract it? Okay. You did a lot of things with Frankie. Were you also close to Hannah Mae or Little Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time, well, were you aware when Hannah Mae stopped seeing Jake Wagner?
Yeah.
Okay. And at any time, did Hannah express fear of the Wagners to you?
Objection,
Yes.
Judge. Specific. Which way?
All right. I'm going to sustain that objection. You may ask that subject matter you may go into, but not
Okay.
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I'm going to sustain the objection to the form of the question.
Okay. Was it just one Wagner that she expressed fear of, or more than
Objection
one?
leading, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know how to
Well,
ask this.
I'll permit that.
Was it just one Wagner that she expressed fear of, or all of them?
All of them.
And by all of them, specifically which ones, if you could name them?
She just said all of them.
Okay. Did you, obviously you spent a lot of time with Frankie.
Yes.
Did you consider yourself a friend in addition to being a cousin of him?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us who some of his other best friends were?
Brett Hatfield, Dakota Harris, Matt Yonker. I can't remember all of them, their names on top of my head.
Okay. Did you ever, was it your observation that either Jake Wagner or George Wagner were best friends with Frankie?
No.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
You may, the defense may cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Manley.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions just to clarify the testimony you just provided, okay? And when I ask you a question, I'm going to have you answer out loud because we have a lady trying to record your answers, okay?
Okay.
All right, and I'm going to need you to speak up because what you have to say is important that we hear what it is, all right?
Okay.
All right. So let's start with this. Before you were asked to come in here and testify, which room were you in before you came in here?
I'm across the hall.
Across the hall? And you talked about what your testimony would be here today, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me go over a couple things. You testified in regard to your relationship with Frankie, and he's your cousin, right?
Correct.
All right. And in regard to this investigation, there were some BCI agents who interviewed you, right?
Correct.
And you recall those interviews?
Yes.
All right. Now, the residence in which you found Frankie, he was there and lived there just with Hannah, is that right?
And his kids.
Yes, and his kids. And Dana had moved out and she was gone for 30 days or so, is that right?
I can't recall how long they...
Okay, all right. You were specifically asked by a BCI agent whether Frankie's house appeared as if there was a struggle or there was something going on. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. That's been 6 years ago.
Okay. Do you recall telling the BCI agent that Frankie is always a mess, or Frankie's house is always a mess.
That's Frankie.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in regard to Hannah Mae, that's your cousin as well, right?
Correct.
And you had taken Hannah to the Wagner home, is that right?
Right.
And that was at her request to go there, is that right?
Right.
Okay. Did you do that on more than one occasion?
I only recall going there like one time.
I'm sorry, speak up.
I only recall going there like once.
Okay. And that time that you went there, did you see George?
I don't think he was home.
He was not home. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, speaking of George, you were asked how many times you had seen him, and I believe your answer was only a few times. Is that right?
Right.
And you had testified that you had seen George maybe at a fireworks show. Is that right?
Maybe.
Okay. And you saw George at a funeral. That was your testimony, right?
Right.
Does that account for the few times that you've seen George?
No.
Where else did you see him?
It was just different places.
Okay. Could you give me the location?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. You're not telling us that Frankie and George didn't know each other, are you?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay. And I believe in your testimony you had testified that you've lived on Union Hill Road all of your life. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I would assume by you living there all of your life that you had frequented Chris Sr.'s property often.
I was out there all the time.
And tell me, he had a dog, right?
Chance.
Chance. What type of dog is Chance?
I don't recall what kind of dog he was.
You don't recall?
I don't remember what kind of dog he was.
Okay. About how big was Chance?
I don't know, a regular sized dog.
Okay. Could you I mean, we have small dogs, medium-sized dogs, large dogs. Could you approximate for us?
I don't know, this tall.
Okay, so the court reporter didn't see your hand, but it looked like you were holding your hand.
I don't know, like from this, like to this tall. I don't know.
Okay,
Something like
all right. Now, there was something special about Chance, something different. And what was that?
What do you mean, different?
Well, was Chance a gentle dog or not?
To me, yes, he was gentle.
To you, and Chance knew you because you'd been to that property often, right?
Right?
How was Chance with people he didn't know?
They wouldn't have went in the house.
They would not have went into the house, right?
Right?
And that's the answer that you gave the BCI agents when they asked you about Chance, right?
Right?
And so when I asked you if there was something special about Chance, what is that in regard to Chance's aggression towards strangers?
Chance wasn't aggressive.
He was not aggressive to
Unless-
strangers.
He didn't know you.
I'm sorry?
I'm not understanding what you mean. I'm sorry.
Okay. How was Chance? Well, let's go back. You have been to Chris Senior's many times, right?
Yes.
And you saw Chance at Chris Senior's, right?
Yes.
And you knew Chance, right?
Yes.
And Chance was okay with you. He was not aggressive, right?
Yes.
Did you ever observe Chance around someone who he was not familiar with?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling the BCI agents about Chance's behavior or aggression towards people he did not know?
Nobody would have went in there if he didn't know.
Okay, if
He
I
wouldn't have let
understood
you.
your answer correctly, nobody would go in there if he did not know them. That was your answer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And along those same lines, Kenneth had a dog as well, right?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And I believe in your testimony you had testified that as far as Jake and Billy, you had seen them at Chris's, right?
Yes.
But you had not seen George there.
Sometime, a couple times.
Okay, so I asked you when you saw George.
And I answered you.
I'm sorry?
You're confusing me.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you if you saw George, where you've seen him, right? Do you recall that question?
No.
Okay. You recall telling us that you saw George at the funeral.
I remember seeing him at the funeral, yes.
Okay. George did not hang out at Chris Senior's though, right?
I seen him there at like a fireworks show.
You saw him at the fireworks show, and your
And I
direct
answered that.
testimony was you saw him a few times, right?
Yes.
Okay. In regard to Frankie, are you aware of any hobbies he had?
What do you mean?
Well, how about this? He enjoyed hunting, right?
Yes.
What type of, what hunting did he engage in, you know?
All kinds of hunting, like squirrel, deer.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further.
State wish to redirect.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Mealy, sorry to put you through the paces here. Are you nervous about testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. And did you express that to me?
Yes.
Okay. Before you came in here?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you discussed what your testimony would be. First of all, who did you discuss that with? In that, when you were up here in the conference room, who met with you?
You?
Okay. And I told you what questions I might ask you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have I ever told you what to say
No.
in response to those questions?
No.
Okay. Please tell me if I am correct about this. Your testimony is that you saw George Wagner a few times at Chris's fireworks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that you knew him enough to recognize him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also saw him at other places. You just don't recall those
Correct.
specific places. Okay. And in addition to that, you saw him at the funeral.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recognize him in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
And can you please tell us where he is sitting and what he is wearing?
Over there in that vest and white shirt and black tie.
Okay. I assume that you were not with Frankie Rhoden 24 hours a day, every day of the year, every year of his life, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So is it possible that Frankie hung out with many people that you don't necessarily know?
That could be possible.
Okay. When you were talking about when I asked you who some of his best friends were, were those individuals that you named, did you see them often at Frankie's house?
Sometimes.
Okay. But your testimony is you did not see George Wagner often at Frankie's house?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
Nothing further.
You may step down. Thank you. We'll take our lunch recess now until 1:15. While the jury is at noon recess, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do no research concerning the facts or the law of this case from any source at all. Do not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Anything further from counsel for either side before we recess for noon?
No.
Then we are in recess until 1:15. Let's bring the jury up. You may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Rhoden to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? Please be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Okay. I hope we won't have this problem with you, but the acoustics in here are not really great. That microphone amplifies your voice so that you don't have to shout. But if you can just kind of be mindful to make sure you're speaking close to the microphone, that would be helpful today, okay?
Okay.
First of all, can you tell us your name?
Kendra Rhoden,
Okay. And Kendra, can you tell us how old you are?
25.
Okay. And where do you work?
I currently work as a nurse at Brookdale. It's a nursing facility for dementia residents
Okay. And where is that located?
in Inglewood, Ohio,
Okay. How long have you worked there?
for a little under 3 years.
Okay. Do you also have a child?
Yes, she's 4.
Are you nervous about testifying today?
A little bit.
Okay. All right. Can you tell us who your parents are?
My mother is Stacy Rigsby. My father is Kenneth Rhoden.
And do you have any sisters or brothers?
I have an older sister, Tajana Ennis. A brother, Austin Rhoden. He's older. He's passed away. And my brother, Luke Rhoden, who is also older than me.
Also older than you?
Yes.
So you're the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us, where did you live growing up?
I lived at 70 Miller's Lane in Waverly with my mother and my father until they divorced.
Okay. And do you recall approximately how old you were when they divorced?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Elementary school, middle school, high school?
Probably about middle school.
Okay. And when they divorced, did you guys remain at the Miller's Lane address, or what? Tell me about that.
I remained at Miller's Lane with my mother, and my father had moved to my grandfather's house on Union Hill Road.
Okay. And tell us where that was on Union Hill Road.
It was next to Chris's house. There was a garden in between the two houses.
Okay. So, and can you describe that house, what color it was?
It was a yellow house, a small yellow house.
Okay. So if you were facing Chris's residence, would it be to the left or to the right?
It would be on the left.
Okay. And you said it was your grandfather's house. Was he alive at that time, or had he passed?
He was alive at the time.
Okay. And can you tell us if your parents maintained a good relationship?
They did. They remained a friendship.
Okay. And can you tell us, as far as your father goes, was he involved in your life and that of your siblings?
Yes, actively.
Okay. So tell me, what does that mean?
I went over to his house frequently, especially with Hannah. I would stay there sometimes for weeks, and then I would go back to my mom's house. My dad would sometimes pick me up on his motorcycle, and we would go for rides. He'd take us out to get something to eat, me and my brother. My sister was a little bit older at the time. And he would take us over to the park in Chillicothe to feed the swans or geese or whatever.
Okay. And as you got older, did he also support any endeavors that you were undertaking?
Yes, he was trying to support me through a nursing career that I was trying to pursue at the time.
Okay. And tell me, how was he helping you in that regard?
He was going to help pay, so I went out to take out loans.
Okay. And in relation to when he was killed, what was that time frame as far as him helping you with the nursing?
He had saved back $12,000 to help pay for it.
And you obviously got your nursing degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also help your brother and sister
Yes.
in a similar way?
Yes.
Okay. How often, on a weekly basis, would you say you saw your father, or monthly basis, weekly?
Typically, at least about once a week.
Okay. And you mentioned Hannah. Who are you talking about when you say Hannah?
Hannah Rhoden, she was Chris's daughter. She was my cousin, my best friend. We were like sisters.
And can you tell us for how long of your life that was? Did that start in early childhood, or did that start later in life?
Early childhood. We were only a month apart, so we had been together forever.
And you indicated that sometimes you would go and stay with your dad for weeks. Would you stay with your dad? Would you sometimes stay where Hannah was? Or just tell me about that.
Sometimes Hannah and I would stay with my father at my grandfather's house, or we would stay at Chris's or Dina's house, but always within that vicinity.
Say it again.
Always within that vicinity.
Okay. Had lots of sleepovers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to take you first to, well, when you guys were older, I guess, when you and Hannah became a little bit older, I guess, did you become aware that she had started a relationship with Jake Wagner?
Yes, she had informed me of that.
Okay.
Judge, could the witness keep her voice up a little bit? There's some noise outside that's...
Yeah, I know, we're having some competition, some kind of machine out there. If you could keep your voice up, it would be helpful.
You got it.
Thank you.
Okay. So, can you tell us, did you yourself meet Jake Wagner?
Yes, I had met Jake on multiple different occasions.
Okay. And do you recall approximately how old you guys were, since you're only a month apart, when she first started seeing Jake?
We were around 13.
And were you with her when she first met him, or did you meet him after she had already started seeing him?
I had met him after.
Okay. And do you recall where you met him or what the circumstances were?
I had met Jake whenever Jake, George, and Billy Wagner had all come to Chris's house to help Chris with something. I'm not sure exactly what, though.
Okay. So you basically met all three of them at the same time, or had you met any of those individuals before that?
Not prior to that.
Okay. And did you spend some time with Jake and Hannah on various occasions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what kinds of things would you do, or what kinds of occasions can you remember?
We went to the Scioto County Fair. We went to the Rhoden Whitetail Festival. And then we hung out at Bethel, I think Bethel Hill is the name of it. One of the residents that was part of the Wagner's family.
Okay. And when you say the Wagner family, can you tell us who lived there?
Billy Wagner, Angela Wagner, George Wagner, and Jake Wagner.
And when you say you hung out there, like what would you do when you would hang out there?
I would mostly try to spend time with Hannah. She was trying to get me to know Jake and try to get me to know George.
She was trying to get you to like George?
Yes.
Okay. would follow you everywhere she went?
An example would be when we went to the Raritan Whitetail Deer Festival. Hannah would need to go to the bathroom, or we would say that we were going to go to the bathroom, and Jake had to tag along, and then he would wait outside until we were done.
And did anything happen at I believe you said the Scioto County Fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
At the Scioto County Fair, Jake had made a demeaning remark to Hannah Rhoden and grabbed her by the arm, in which I turned and kicked him in the shin because I didn't like it, and then Hannah got in between the both of us.
You said he got between the both of you?
Hannah had gotten between
Oh.
Jake and I.
Okay. And at this time, were you still around age 13, or?
We would have probably been closer to 14 at the time.
Okay. Hannah had not yet had Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you expressed that you did not care for Jake, what was Hannah's reaction, or what ended up happening?
Hannah thought I just needed to get to know him better. Jake kind of didn't want Hannah to be around me, though.
Did you continue to hang out with them?
Not very frequently at that point.
Okay.
Jake kind of separated us a little bit.
And can you tell us, was there a time that, well, first of all, Hannah then ends up pregnant with Sophia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She had come to me. She had arranged a little day for us to be together, and we had went to a man-made pond that my family had built out on Left Fork Road. We were swimming and fishing in the pond there. When she stopped and she told me that she was pregnant, I thought she was joking. I was hoping she was joking. But she told me she was really pregnant with his child and that everything was going to be okay.
Did you support her through that process?
As much as I could, I wasn't allowed to be around.
And when you say you weren't allowed, by whom?
By Jake Wagner.
After Hannah had Sophia, can you tell us where she lived?
She lived with Jake Wagner.
Okay. And where did she live?
I believe it was on Peterson Road.
Okay. Do you know if she lived on Bethel Hill Road for any length of time?
I'm not sure if she lived there. I know she had stayed there for long periods of time.
Okay. And can you tell us, was there a point where you became aware that that residence burned down at Bethel Hill?
Yes, ma'am. Hannah had informed me that it had burned down.
Did you ever visit Hannah up at Peterson Road address?
No.
At some point, did Hannah end up leaving Jake Wagner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you remember from that?
The night that she had left Jake, she came to my mother's residency where I was staying at, 70 Millers Lane, and she was a little distraught. We lied in my bed, and she had played audio recordings from Jake Wagner, phone calls that they had had, or from when they were in person. There were multiple different ones about incidents that had occurred between Jake and her.
Okay. And do you know what occurred between them?
Yes, ma'am. She not only told me, but had played audio recordings of Jake admitting to hitting her, choking her, pushing her against a wall.
And in those recordings, first of all, were they like voice messages, or was it actually like she had recorded that?
They were actual voice recordings.
Okay. And when he was admitting to that stuff, what was the tenor of those, or the tone of those recordings? Was he saying other things to her, for instance?
Objection, Your Honor, this judge.
Yeah, counsel want to approach it just a minute. The court will sustain the objection to the form of the question.
Ms. Rhoden, if I could just ask you, at the point that Hannah left Jake, had she already had Sophia?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall approximately when this would have been?
I can't recall a specific time that it would have been. I don't know how old Sophia was at the time.
Okay. And you indicated that when she came to you, she was distraught. Like she came to your home.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And were you also able to observe any marks or bruises on her at that time?
Yes, ma'am. There was a mark under her chin. I'm not sure exactly what side. It was corresponding with the scar that was under her chin.
Could the witness speak up?
I'm sorry. There was a mark underneath her chin.
Thank you.
I can't say exactly what side, but it was on the side corresponding with her scar that was also under her chin.
Okay. So the scar obviously not being a new injury, but there was
Correct.
what appeared to be a fresh,
A fresh mark by it, yes.
okay. And you'd indicated that he had said that he had choked her and hit her and pushed her against a wall.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that injury consistent with what was described?
Yes, ma'am.
The things he had done to her. And after that point, when she came to you and told you those things, did she ever return to him?
No, she never went back to dating or anything like that.
Okay. Never went back and stayed with him or moved back in with him?
No, ma'am.
Were there other times when you were present for conversations between Jake and Hannah regarding the relationship and her being able to parent if she leaves
Yes.
the Wagner residence?
There was an incident where Hannah was actually on the phone with Jake Wagner actively.
Objection.
All right, the basis of your objection
Judge, it's hearsay. She's present for a conversation. One is having on the phone with the other.
is, well, all right. I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm going to require some background or some kind of foundation for
Okay.
allowing her to testify about a phone conversation.
Okay. Ms. Rhoden, can you tell us, first of all, where were you when that conversation occurred?
It was Dana's house at the time. It was the trailer that was next to Chris's at the time of the murder. It would have been Frankie and Hazel Gilly's house.
Okay. So that's where Dana and Hannah and little Chris had lived prior to Frankie and prior to them getting their new home,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay. And you were actually at that house at that time?
Yes.
And was this before or after Hannah had left Jake?
It was after she had left Jake.
And can you tell us what the discussion was?
Objection.
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
What the discussion was?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Unless she could hear the other side of it, I don't know how she would know. A discussion, I think, is a two-party
Yeah.
situation.
So, Ms. Rhoden, who were you with at that time?
I was with Hannah Rhoden.
Okay, at her house at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was on the other end of the phone?
Jake Wagner.
Well,
Well, I think there should be a basis for knowing that,
I will.
I guess. She can only say what she heard, so I'm going to sustain
okay. How were you able to listen to this conversation?
Hannah had the phone on speakerphone. That way I could be witness to anything that was said.
Okay. And that was an intentional act on her part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you know that it was Jake Wagner on the other end of the phone?
I've met Jake before. I've talked to Jake before. I mean, I know his voice.
And what was that discussion that you heard?
Objection.
that. Overruled.
The discussion was actually because Hannah had found out she was pregnant with Kylie, her youngest, and Jake had believed that Kylie was his, and we were trying to point out to him that she absolutely was not his, and that he couldn't be a part of her life.
Objection on this, Judge.
Overruled.
So both you and Hannah were telling him that this child was not his,
Yes, ma'am.
this child being Kylie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there ever a time when you overheard a conversation in a similar manner regarding if Hannah would be allowed to parent if she left the Wagners?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Can we have a time frame?
Well, yeah, again, I think we're going to have a foundation for what thinks she heard, so I'll sustain the objection.
Was your answer yes or no on that?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
I simply asked if she ever heard a conversation.
Can we have a time frame, please?
Well, all right. Heard a conversation, yes. I'm going to let that stand.
Okay.
Overruled the objection.
Can you tell us what time period would that have been? Again, was that before or after she had left Jake?
It was after she left Jake, before she got pregnant with Kylie.
Okay. And can you tell us where you were at that time?
We were at my home on Miller Lane in my room.
Okay. And once again, was this a conversation that you were able to hear because, was he on speakerphone?
Yes, ma'am, he was on speakerphone.
Okay. And did you recognize his voice and know that it was him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that conversation?
Objection.
Jake Wagner had told Hannah that if she wanted to continue to be Sophia's mother, then they had to do it as a unit, as in she had to stay with him. If she left him, then she was leaving Sophia too.
And again, Ms. Rhoden, these conversations she was making you a witness to,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? On purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Hannah ever express fear of Jake or any of the other Wagners?
Objection, Judge. We have a time frame.
Well, yeah, I'll sustain the objection. I think it's a leading question.
Okay. Did Hannah ever express how she felt about the Wagners?
Objection, Judge.
Your Honor, I think if she says yes or no, then I can, if she says no, that's the end of the question. If she says yes, then I will ask her what the time frame is.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. Let her answer that.
Yes, she had expressed that she was fearful. It was after she had left Jake.
Okay. Okay, so after she left Jake, you already indicated that she became pregnant with somebody else's child, correct?
Correct.
And you've already testified that both you and her expressed to him that he was not the father.
Yes, ma'am.
of the child. And did you know who the father was?
Yes, ma'am. The father was Charlie Gilly.
Okay. And can you tell us approximately how long she was seeing Charlie Gilly?
I don't know approximately time frame.
Okay, like a month, a week?
Objection.
Well, she said she didn't know. I suppose if she has an estimate, you could ask her about that, but she didn't know the time.
Okay. Did she start seeing somebody else after she saw Charlie Gilly?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she stop seeing Charlie Gilly?
She stopped seeing Charlie because he wasn't giving her the commitment that she needed, and he was continuing to use pain pills.
Okay. And did she start seeing somebody else at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you, at the time that she started seeing that somebody else, did she yet know that she was pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who was that other person?
Corey Holdren.
And can you tell us how long she dated him?
It was from the time that she left Charlie Gilly up until the time of her death.
Okay. And do you know if Corey Holdren also had a drug problem?
Yes, ma'am. He also used pain pills.
Okay. And did that change?
Yes, Hannah had helped him to get away from pain pills. She helped him through withdrawal and to help him get clean.
And to your knowledge, did he do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of your relationship at that time with your cousin and friend, Hannah?
we were back to being the way we were as childhood friends. We were close, we were like sisters again.
Okay. Spending more time together?
Yes, ma'am, every time we had a chance.
Okay. And at that time, did you also have a boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would the four of you spend time together?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your understanding of the commitment that Corey was willing to make to Hannah's unborn child?
Objection, Judge.
Well, yeah, I think we have to have some kind of a foundation for anything like that.
Did you know the commitment that Corey had made to Hannah's unborn child?
Yes, Charlie had chosen to be the father, knowing that,
Charlie or Corey?
Corey had chosen to be the father, even though knowing that biologically Kylie would be Charlie Gillies.
And do you recall when Kylie was born?
I recall when she was born. I was not there when she was physically born. I was at work.
Okay. And did you eventually see Kylie?
Yes, ma'am, the next day.
Okay. And where did you see Kylie?
At the hospital,
Okay.
SOMC. It was SOMC hospital.
Okay. And was anybody else there while you were there?
April Manley was there, Hannah was there, Corey was there, and my ex-boyfriend, or my boyfriend at the time, James Preston.
Did Jake Wagner ever come there while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Okay. Did you learn that he was saying that still that Kylie was his?
Yes, ma'am.
I have to sustain that. We got to have some basis for any of this knowledge that she testified.
Okay. Was that a conversation that you heard, or were you told that by somebody?
Objection, Judge.
I'm just asking if it was a first-hand observation. If it's not, then she can't testify to it.
Objection, Judge.
Well, it's kind of in reverse order. We're letting her say something and then ask her how she knows it. So I'm going to sustain the objection. I think we need to go at it
Okay.
another way.
Did you hear Jake say that or not?
I did not physically hear him say that.
Okay. After Kylie was born, I'm going to take you to the night before the murders, April 21st of 2016. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on that day, did you spend some time with Hannah Mae and Kylie and Corey and your then boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us what activity did you guys do?
We went fishing that day.
Okay. And do you remember where you went fishing?
It's a little pond off of Pike Hill in Piketon, Ohio.
Okay. And can you tell us approximately what time you went fishing that day?
I don't know an approximate time.
Okay. And do you remember how late you were fishing?
We had fished for a couple hours. I know it was evening time.
Okay. Was it light or dark or?
We left when it started getting dark.
Okay. And for those few hours while you were fishing, did somebody else watch Kylie?
It was Corey Holdren's sister, Nikki, and her wife.
Okay. And what was the plan for after you guys went fishing?
My ex-boyfriend and I were going to go to Hannah's house and stay there for the night with her and Corey.
Did that happen?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
My boyfriend at the time had gotten a toothache. We had went back to get some oral gel for his toothache. And because I had actually called off work that day to spend time with Hannah, I had gotten a message from a family friend, Brandy. She had asked me to watch her kids so her and her husband could go out for the night. It was only supposed to be for a couple hours, so I said yes, and then I was going to go over there afterwards.
Did it end up being just for a couple of hours?
No, ma'am. It actually ended up being until the following morning, around about 7 a.m.
Okay. And where did you go to them or did they bring the children to you?
I had went to Brandy's house.
Okay. And when you left there, where did you go?
I went to my mother's house on Miller Lane.
At what point did you learn that something had happened?
I had went back, I went to sleep, and my boyfriend at the time had woke me up around 8:30. We had missed a phone call from a family friend, Nicole Francis, that had said that my uncle, Chris Sr., had been shot. She had heard it on a police radio. So I called her back, and at that point she had told me that Chris had been shot. I tried to call Hannah. I couldn't get a hold of Hannah. I couldn't get a hold of anybody. So my brother and I, his girlfriend and my ex-boyfriend, we drove to Union Hill, in which we were stopped just before Frankie's driveway.
Okay. Stopped by whom?
The sheriffs that were there.
At the time that you got that call, was the only information you had was that Chris Sr. had been shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you learn differently?
At some point, my brother, Luke Rhoden, had obtained some information from one of the sheriffs that Hannah had also been shot, in which he had come and told me that she had been shot as well, and she was dead.
What did you do at that point?
I became very upset. I couldn't believe that she had also been shot. I cried. There was a few of us that had actually tried to push past the sheriffs there. Of course, that didn't work out. One of my cousins, I believe, was actually arrested.
Just wanting to get.
Yeah, just wanting to get in to see what was going on, to check on everybody.
At some point, did you leave from the, I guess if you could tell us about how many family members were there at that side and what side were you on?
We were on Union Hill Road, the entrance, like if you were, it was just before Frankie's house, so we didn't come in directly up the highway. We came off of 772. And I'm not sure exactly how many of the family members were there. Most of us were there. Corey was not there yet, but he came later, just before we were pushed back to the curve there on on Union Hill Road. But I'm not sure exactly who all or how many people were there.
Okay. At some point, did you leave from that location?
Yes, ma'am. We were told to go up to the Union Hill Church on the other side of Union Hill.
And what was going on there?
They were trying to keep all the family together. That way, in case anybody needed to be questioned, and until they knew exactly what was going on.
Okay. And did they also share information out to the family that was gathered there?
Yes, later that night.
So you know that, or you've been told that Chris Sr. has been shot. You learned that Hannah also has been shot. Do you learn other individuals too?
Yes, at that point, once we had gotten up to the church, I had found out that Hannah Hazel had also been shot and was dead. Later, we also found out about Christopher and Frankie.
When you get to the church, do you do anything or make any phone calls or attempt to contact anyone?
I had tried to reach out to my father. It was actually before we got to the church because he was supposed to be at work. We had believed at the time he was still at work. And anytime I called my dad, if he didn't answer, he'd call me back on his lunch break, which would have been at noon. I called and I left him a message telling him that he needed to call me, that his brother had been shot. And when 12 o'clock had come around and he hadn't called me back, my brother, Luke Rhoden, and cousin Donald Stone had went to his residency to check in.
And at what point do you learn?
My Aunt Michelle had later got a text because none of us had service, and she became frantic and screamed out that my father was dead.
You were still at the church at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you stay at the church?
Upon learning that my father had been killed as well, I walked down the hill there until a family friend had actually picked me up. Her name was Melissa. And I told her that I just needed to get across the highway. She took me across the highway and I got out. There was a statey there that stopped me. I was trying to get to Hannah because I just wanted to be with her.
And what did you do then?
I was crying, and the statey, I had dropped to the ground. The statey helped me get back up, and in the car, Melissa took me back to the church.
And Ms. Rhoden, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your dad's house and the house of the other victims, okay?
Okay.
First of all, can you tell us, if your dad left his residence, would he lock it?
Yes, he lived in a camper, and it didn't have an actual physical lock on it. He had installed a padlock. If he left his residency, then he would padlock it shut.
Okay. If he was inside his home, would it be locked?
No, ma'am, there was not a lock to lock it, and he didn't feel there was a reason to lock it if he was inside.
Okay. Did your dad own weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know where he kept those weapons?
He had multiple guns in his camper. He slept with a gun, and he had one in his personal truck.
Did he also have a dog?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that dog's name?
Brownie.
And when he was not at home, where would Brownie be?
Brownie would stay outside. You would frequently see her under the decks. That's kind of where she went to either stay cool or warm.
And there was also a dog house out there?
Yes,
too,
ma'am.
Correct, okay. And if your dad was home, where would Brownie be?
Brownie would be inside with him.
Okay. Talk to me about, first of all, was there also a sensor, a driveway sensor at the kind of entryway to his property?
Yes, ma'am. It would alarm if a vehicle crossed it.
Okay. And where would that make a sound?
Inside the camper.
Can you tell us, did you know your dad's sleeping and working habits at that time? Where was he working at that time?
I'm not sure the name of the company, but he was driving back and forth to Columbus for work.
And did you know approximately what time he would leave from his home, etc.?
He was usually out the door by 4 a.m.
Okay. And where would he go from there?
He would sometimes stop by Chris's in case he needed to get a shower, and then he would head off to work.
Okay. Were there days that he didn't need to shower in the morning? For instance, if he had had a shower the night before or something, and that he wouldn't get up quite that early to get to work? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you tell us if your dad was a heavy or a light sleeper?
It would depend on if he took his blood pressure medication. If he did not take his blood pressure medication, then he was a light sleeper. If he took the blood pressure medication, he was a heavier sleeper.
Okay. And you've had personal experience with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you also aware whether there were cameras on your dad's property?
Yes, ma'am. He had multiple. Yes, ma'am. He had multiple different cameras, trail cameras.
Okay. And how do you know that?
He had showed me the cameras, and he also had it set up to where it would send the information to his phone, in which he would send me pictures of deer and whatnot had walked through there.
Ms. Rhoden, were you also aware that your father had marijuana on that property?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you aware of that?
My dad liked to brag about his marijuana, and there were actually a couple times that I had purchased marijuana from my father for myself and my boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And so you would buy some from your father
Yes, ma'am.
in an amount for personal use or something bigger?
Amount for personal use.
Okay. Did your dad have an opinion as to whether or not you should be smoking marijuana?
My father did not approve. We didn't acknowledge that I smoked. Anytime I was to purchase it, I had to specify that it was for my boyfriend at the time, Jimmy.
Were you involved at all with anything relating to the marijuana other than the times that you would purchase those small amounts from your father?
No, ma'am.
Taking you to Frankie's house, were you aware as to whether or not they locked their doors, Frankie and Hannah Hazel?
Yes, Frankie and Hannah Hazel locked their door. Hannah Hazel was more paranoid. They began locking their door more so after Hannah Hazel had discovered that there was a marijuana business
Okay.
at Chris's house.
And that was different than before she lived there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us, as far as your uncle Chris went, did he have a habit of locking his door or not?
No, my Uncle Chris typically did not lock his door, whether he's inside or if he was gone.
Okay. Were you aware that he had cameras on his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about the newer residence that Dana and Hannah and little Chris lived at?
I am not aware if there were cameras at the new house.
Okay. And what about the locking of those doors? Do
There,
you know?
Dana and Hannah were very adamant about locking the doors. If they were inside, they were locked. If they were gone, they were locked.
Did you go to the funerals for, I guess, the 6 at one time, right?
Yes.
While you were there, do you recall seeing any of the Wagners there?
Billy Wagner was present. George Wagner was present, and so was Jake Wagner.
Did you have any interaction with them?
I had spoke with Jake Wagner temporarily.
Can you talk to us about the dynamics of, well, let me first ask you. How many times would you say you were around the Wagner family as a whole?
I don't know approximately how many times, but there was definitely more than once.
Okay. And can you tell us what the family dynamics were, per your observation?
Objection.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, let her answer the question.
They would frequently be together. Typically, they would decide things together as a whole.
These were based on your observations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of the custody dispute that developed between Jake Wagner and Hannah
Yes,
Mae?
ma'am. Hannah Rhoden had made me aware of it.
Say it again.
Yes, Hannah Rhoden had made me aware of the dispute, custody dispute.
You're objecting to that,
Hearsay.
and I'm going to sustain that and direct the jury to disregard. She could tell what she personally observed, but not what she was told.
Okay. Did you observe anything that led you to that conclusion, other than what you were told?
I observed that Chris Sr., Chris Rhoden, had been trying to get a good lawyer just in case they had went to court.
Objection.
I'll sustain that. I think we're going to have a foundation for some of this, how she has this knowledge.
Okay. First of all, if we can focus on, during what time period would that have been?
It was before Hannah Rhoden had Kylie.
Okay. But she was pregnant with Kylie?
Yes,
At the
ma'am.
time? Okay. And you already testified that there were some conversations that she made you a witness for, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she recorded some conversations, again, to document them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know why that was?
In case they went to court for custody.
Objection to
Sorry.
that. Objection to that.
I'm going to sustain the objection and direct the jury to disregard. I think we'd be better off if we have the question asked and then the answer given, starting with what this witness has observed, what she personally has heard, that kind of thing, rather than do it the other way. She's making statements of knowledge that there's no basis for at this point. So she can testify what she saw, what she personally observed, but not what somebody has told her.
Okay. Was there a time, any conversations that you overheard that Jake was a part of, where there was a discussion of what Hannah could and couldn't do in regards to Corey, for instance, being in her life?
And that's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us when that conversation occurred?
It occurred when she was pregnant with Kylie.
Okay. And how do you know that conversation occurred?
It was a phone conversation where the phone was on speaker.
And were you present during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you hear?
Overruled.
Jake Wagner had told Hannah, while I was on the phone listening, that he did not want Sophia around Corey. He did not want her around those things, and that if she was, then Hannah was not going to be a part of her life, that he would take Sophia away.
Ms. Rhoden, did you cooperate with the Bureau of Criminal Investigations during their investigation and agreed to be interviewed and also to turn over your phones to be examined or extracted in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually had more than one phone, correct, that you provided?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I have a tendency to save all of my text messages, phone calls, and emails, just as a precaution in case I ever need them.
Okay. And so you provided all the phones that you had, at least a few phones, 2 or 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Rhoden, were you also aware that Chris had marijuana on his property?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you aware of that?
Chris had talked about there being some, and he would go out to the garage area. It was actually kept in an upstairs of the backside of the garage. He would go out there to conduct business with others, such as Billy Wagner.
Okay. And tell me about that. This was, Billy Wagner would be at Chris Sr.'s house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where would you be, and if you could help us understand the time period that you're talking about?
This was prior to Sophia being born. They would go by the garage, and Chris Sr. would send Hannah and I inside the house, away from where they were doing business.
Okay. And when you say doing business, was that the language that was used? Or is
Yes,
that-
ma'am.
Okay. They would send you inside, so would you necessarily see or know what was going on?
No.
Okay. Ms. Rhoden, did you become aware that, or do you know if Jake Wagner set up a crib for Hannah Mae?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know when that would have been?
It was just before Kylie was born, after Dana and Hannah had moved to their new house.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had she attempted to get it prior to moving to the new location?
Yes, ma'am.
But had been unable to do so?
Correct.
Are you aware of a time when Chris Sr. got injured by someone named Rick?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what you know about that.
Chris Sr. was hit in the head with a 2x4 by a man named Rick. He was hospitalized, in which Hannah Rhoden had stayed with him while he was hospitalized, and then whenever he was discharged home.
Okay. And do you know the extent of his injuries?
I know that he had obtained a head injury, but I'm not sure to what extent.
Okay. And did you become aware that your father visited that individual that had harmed Chris?
It was said that my father had visited him.
Okay. And do you know if anybody accompanied him?
I am unsure if anybody accompanied.
Okay. You weren't present for that?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not Chris had firearms?
Yes, ma'am. He had multiple guns.
Okay. And what about Frankie? Did he have any weapons in his home?
Yes, ma'am. He kept a shotgun by his bedroom door.
Okay. And what about Dana?
Dana had a small handgun that she kept. Hannah did not have a gun that she owned.
Did you share with investigators your opinion as to why your father would have been killed if Chris had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Your basis for your objection is,
It's an opinion.
I'm sorry?
I believe the prosecutor's asking for this witness's opinion rather than facts.
Well, yeah, she asked whether she had shared an opinion with the investigators. I'm not sure of the relevance of that, what
Okay.
her opinion would be, so I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. Can you tell us if your dad had a reputation of being protective of Chris?
Yes, ma'am. My father was very protective.
And not just of Chris?
No, ma'am. The whole family.
Okay. Did you ever go hunting with Hannah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who would you go hunting with? When you and Hannah, and who else?
It would typically be me, Hannah, my Uncle Chris, and my father, and occasionally Christopher.
Okay. Did you ever go hunting with either Jake Wagner or George Wagner, or at a time when they were along?
No, we never went hunting.
Okay. Did you ever do anything else together?
We went to Rhoden Whitetail Deer Festival where there was a bow contest,
A what contest?
a bow shooting contest.
Okay. And did you guys participate or just observe?
I was an observer.
Okay. Who were the participants?
George Wagner, Jake Wagner, Billy Wagner, and Hannah.
After the homicides, did you attempt to maintain contact with any of the Wagners?
Yes, I maintained contact with Jake Wagner,
Okay, and why did you do that?
so I could check in on Sophia, Hannah Rhoden's oldest daughter.
Okay. And she was with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to see Sophia?
Yes, I was allowed to see her once.
Tell me about that time.
My sister and I went to Peterson Road, the Wagner's home, and we saw Bullvine, George's son, and seen Sophia. Jake stayed in the area. We stayed outside, and Angela Wagner stayed inside the premises, but kind of lingered around just to kind of keep an eye on everything.
Okay. Was that the only time that you were permitted to see Sophia?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us if there was a time when, after the homicides, that Jake got upset with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That he texted you when he was upset, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And Ms. Rhoden, do you recall the the last day that you spent with Hannah Mae?
Yes.
Did she have Sophia?
No.
And why did she not have Sophia?
Jake Wagner.
All right. I think we're going to have a basis for that knowledge, if she
Okay.
indicates she has knowledge of something.
Okay.
So I'll sustain the objection at this time.
How do you know why she did not have Sophia?
Text messages on Hannah's phone.
Okay. Were those things that you saw yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the text messages from?
The text messages were between Hannah Rhoden and Jake Wagner.
And what did they say?
Judge,
Basis is,
once again, it's hearsay, Judge.
Your Honor,
The
this is,
content is hearsay.
This is-
I'll overrule the objection.
thank you.
The text was from Jake Wagner to Hannah, stating that he was offering to keep Sophia for a couple extra days so she could recover after having Kylie.
I have no other questions of this witness, Your Honor.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you a few questions just for clarification of the answers that you've already given, okay?
Okay.
I believe, just to get started, you had testified that you cooperated with the BCI agents who were investigating this case.
Yes.
And so I'm going to refer some to that information which you provided to those agents, okay?
Okay.
But before I get to that, you were asked a question. I just wanted to clarify. You were asked about the habit or routine of Dana and locking doors. Do you recall that question?
The one that was asked here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And so if I understood it, you were asked whether you had knowledge whether Dana kept her doors locked. Is that right?
Here, yes.
And what was your answer to that?
The door stayed locked whenever they were there or if they were gone.
Okay, so assuming they're asleep at night, those doors are going to be locked.
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified to an occasion where you had went to Peterson and you saw the children there, right?
Yes.
George was not there though, right?
No.
Okay. And now, referring to the information which you had provided previously to law enforcement, you had given information about an individual you know as Big Mike, is that right?
Yes.
And Big Mike is someone who is from the Cincinnati area?
To my knowledge.
Okay, that's information that you had given agents though, right?
That I had heard from my father.
Okay, all right. And Big Mike was someone
Your
who...
Honor, I'm going to object, as I believe he's eliciting hearsay at this point.
All right. Well, let me rephrase the question
All
here.
right. Sustain the objection, rephrase.
You were asked about drug dealing with your family's involvement with drug dealing, right?
Your Honor. Okay.
You were asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm eventually going to ask you about Big Mike. You're aware of Big Mike's race, is that right?
Your Honor, again, I'd like him to lay a foundation.
It's what? I'm sorry.
I would like him to lay a foundation. I already asked Ms. Rhoden if she was ever involved.
Well, the source of her knowledge, I think, would be important at this point.
Sure. Okay. Did you ever observe an African-American male with Chris Sr. or your father?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And so any information you would have given is based on hearsay. Is that what you're telling me?
With Big Mike.
About an African-American male? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so let me then ask you about, you know where Big Bear Lake is, right?
Yes.
And you have visited there.
Yes.
And you were there on an occasion that Chris Sr. was there.
Yes.
And on at least one occasion, you were there when Chris Sr. was there talking to Robin Waddell.
Yes.
And who was Robin Waddell?
A family friend.
Okay. And you overheard a discussion they were having, right?
Again, I would object if he's attempting to elicit the contents of that discussion.
Well, we haven't got around to it yet. Let me first ask, you heard a conversation between Chris Sr. and Robin, is that right?
I had.
Okay. And that conversation, before we get to the content of it, dealt with illegal or drug trafficking, is that right?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object because that is the content, apparently.
Well, we haven't got to it yet, but we can get to specifics.
Well, I think you are getting to it. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of Chris Sr. preparing to buy a building for a pill mill?
No.
Okay. Do you remember providing that
Your
information?
Honor, again,
I'm sorry.
can ask if she has any personal knowledge.
Well, I'm going to rule out, if you're asking her about information that she has provided, then I'm going to.
Okay. Do you remember providing that information to agents?
I provided it based on hearsay.
Okay. You were also asked about Billy Wagner by agents, right?
Yes.
You described the relationship between Chris Sr. and Billy Wagner as business associates.
Yes.
Okay. You were also asked on your direct examination of dogs, and your father had a dog named, what was that dog's name?
Brownie.
Brownie. And you are familiar with Brownie, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Brownie's aggression towards people that dog does not know, is that right?
Correct.
And how is that dog's disposition towards people he doesn't know?
Aggressive.
Right. And Chris Sr., you're aware he has a dog, right?
Yes, he had a dog.
Named Chance?
Yes.
And that dog was similar, that it was very aggressive to people it did not know.
Yes.
And you provided that information to agents.
Yes.
You testified on direct examination regarding Chris's involvement in marijuana trafficking. You recall those questions, right?
Not specifically.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you. You're aware of Chris Sr.'s involvement with marijuana trafficking, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that he was engaged in more than just marijuana trafficking?
Not firsthand knowledge.
Just have one moment, Your Honor. You would agree with me, though, that you at least told BCI agents about more than
Your
marijuana?
Honor, I'm going to object, because she also told them a lot of things that Hannah said to her.
Objection.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection and let the question be asked.
You had told BCI agents about more than just marijuana trafficking, right?
Yes, based on what I heard.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Does the state wish to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You might step down. All right. At this point, we'll take a 15-minute recess until 10 after 3. While you're on recess, ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the facts or the law of the case, and do not listen to, view, or read any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything before we recess?
No.
All right, then we are in recess. until Council ready for the jury to be brought up?
Yes, Sean.
All right. You may be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Corey Rhoden to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? You may be seated.
the statement examiner.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Can you please state your name, and why don't you go ahead and spell your first name and spell your last name?
Corey Allen Holdren, CoreyHoldren.
Okay. Corey, how old are you?
Be 30 next month, 29.
Okay. And can you tell us where you live?
Walton Hill, Pike County.
Piketon?
Yep.
Okay. And did you graduate from high school?
Yes, I did. 2012.
Say it again.
2012, yeah.
Okay.
Graduated.
And Mr. Holdren, can you tell us, do you know a person by the name of Hannah Mae Rhoden?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And can you tell us how you knew her?
Her best friend and cousin Kendra introduced me to her.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly, but it's been a while ago.
Okay. Can you tell us when you started, did you guys start dating?
I can't exactly remember what day or, what month or day or anything like that. I don't recall, but no, I don't know exactly, no.
Okay.
I don't remember,
We can work backwards from that.
please.
You were introduced to her.
Mhm.
Did you start dating after you were introduced?
Yeah, maybe a month after
Okay.
we started dating.
And can you tell us, at some point, did Hannah learn that she was pregnant?
Yeah, she, it was maybe a week after we made it official, like it was together, that she found out she was pregnant. So, I mean, I was young, I was maybe 26, I don't know, something like that. So I didn't know what to do, so we broke up, split for a while. And, Hannah, she got she posted on Facebook or something like that she got a car wreck, so I called him to check on her, and that's how we ended up working back out and getting back together.
Okay. So after you kind of made it official that you were dating, a week later she finds out she's pregnant.
Yeah.
And do you know that it is not your child?
Oh yeah, it wasn't mine for sure, because we hadn't had any relations since then, before.
Okay.
There's no way it was mine.
Okay. Okay. We go through this with every witness. So it's hard to hear
Mm-hmm.
unless you are close to the microphone. Yep, that's good. Hopefully. Okay, so she finds out she's pregnant. At that point, you guys go your separate ways because you're not.
It wasn't my child.
Okay, all right. And then you indicated that she posted on Facebook, or somehow or other you learned that she had been in an automobile accident.
Yeah,
correct?
I think she got rear-ended somebody. Can't remember.
Okay,
But I was worried about her because she was pregnant at the time, and still cared about her.
okay. And so you reached out to her
Yeah.
to see how she was.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, did you resume your relationship?
Mm.
Okay. And can you tell me, how was your relationship with her?
Great. She's in love with me. I was in love with her, and yeah, she was the best thing that ever happened to me. She really was. In our relationship, we never fought. She helped me through everything. I have issues, with anxiety and stuff like that, and depression. And I didn't have none of that when I was with her. You know what I mean?
You didn't have what?
Anything. I was always happy. I was in a good mood when I
Okay.
was around her.
And can you tell us, at the time that you started seeing her, did you have an addiction problem?
Yeah. I was
Okay.
a
what
drug
were you-
addict
Okay.
and to pain pills.
Okay.
And she laid by my side, sat on my side through the whole withdrawals and all the everything. You know what I mean? Nobody would do that. Nobody does that unless you love somebody. And she did, and got me through it all. You know. Yes, I don't know.
Okay. And did you make a commitment to her unborn child as well?
Yeah, it's because, well, she wasn't with Jake. She was separated from him, and she said it wasn't his. She told me whose it was. It was Charlie Gillies, which was Hannah's brother. Well, she reached out to him and didn't. He said it wasn't his. That you know, blah blah blah, whatever he said, but didn't want to be part of the baby's life. So, and I was dying for a family. You know what I mean? And I told him that if he agrees to step back and just let me, don't bother us, that I would take care of her and I would name her. And so I did. I named her Kylie Mae Rhoden. I cut her umbilical cord. I was the first one to hold her. Good.
Okay. So you stayed with her throughout her pregnancy, and you were actually at the hospital when she gave birth to
Yep, I
Kylie.
was there with the whole pregnancy. And then, up till the day
Okay.
she got water broke. Or actually, they made her, made her go into birth, or whatever you call it.
Induced her.
Yeah, induced her, yeah.
And did you also go to some of her appointments with her prior to
Yeah,
that?
all of them, yeah.
Can you tell us about her relationship with Sophia?
She's a great mom. Yeah. She's a really good mom. I never seen her yell at her, never was like a little girl in trouble. She's rotten, but she's never yelled at her, she never hit her or nothing like that. She's a good mom. I just wish Kylie could have seen that. So,
Corey, when you were seeing Hannah, first of all, where did she live when you first started seeing her?
and she lived in, which was Frankie's house, but it was her mom's trailer right up the road from her dad's house. And she lived there with her mom, both of her brothers, I'm pretty sure, and her brother's wife.
Okay.
But prior to, I don't know, about a month or so before all this happened, her dad, or they somehow got the other house down the road and moved into it.
Okay. And did you ever spend the night at her place?
With the new house, or
Yes.
yeah.
Did you ever at the old house?
No, I fell asleep on her one time. We was watching the movies, and it was pretty late, but Hannah woke me up and she took me home.
Okay. But you did spend the night at the new house that she
Yeah,
had?
multiple times.
Okay.
Yeah, I lay in that bed next to her a few times.
And were you also in the process of remodeling your home so that
Yeah.
Kylie and
Yeah,
Hannah
we
could live in with you?
my mom, she gave me my childhood, my house that I grew up in, which was 4 bedrooms, and so there's extra bedrooms, so we was making a room for the baby and Kylie, and so we was painting the rooms and everything, so she was gonna live with me.
Okay. Hannah was painting the rooms?
Well, me and my sister were painting the rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you recall who else was at the hospital when Hannah Mae gave birth to Kylie?
Yeah, later, Jake and Sophia, he brought Sophia to see Kylie, which is her sister, and I understood that. I didn't make a fuss about her or nothing. He was just oddly different though. Dark hair, dark black hair, like, I don't know, he's just different. He's got that holder and everything, like he was like it was his dog kid. He thought like I don't know, he thought it was his maybe.
Okay. And do you remember any comments that he made about any of the physical characteristics?
Something about her toe, like something how he goes with Wagner thing. I don't know what was wrong with it. I didn't see nothing wrong with it, but just him. I don't know.
Commented something about her toe being a Wagner thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like everybody don't have a weird toe. I don't know.
Okay. But you said you didn't notice anything
No.
wrong with it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. And you said you're the one that chose her name?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And
probably
cut the
me.
umbilical cord.
Yep.
I want to talk to you about the day before that, well, I guess, the night before Hannah was killed. Did you spend time with her that day?
Yeah, all day. Yeah, I can't really remember the morning time because it's kind of foggy. I don't remember, but I just remember. I know it's been a long time since then, but the main part that I do remember is just I got to take her fishing the day before she was murdered or whatever. But my sister, I know she was dying to get, she had the baby and she was pregnant all this time and she was just dying to get out and just go do something with this, So I asked my sister if she'd watch the kids, or Kylie, and she said, her wife said yeah, so we went over there, and which she was next door to me, and she watched Kylie. We haven't gone very long, maybe a couple hours, but we got to me, Kendra, Jimmy. We all hung out together, and as friends, and went fishing. Hannah got to catch a big catfish. Made her happy. Remembers. She's just a redneck, man. She didn't have no shoes on, no nothing. Had a picture of her with this big fish in her hand. Smiling.
She fished?
Yeah, she's fished.
She hunt too?
Yeah.
Okay. So you spent a couple hours fishing with Hannah Mae and Kendra and Jimmy.
Mm-hmm. And
what was the plan after you left there, after you were done fishing?
I don't even remember. I think they drove separate, maybe, I don't know. But we was just going to go back to the house and, just stay at the house until next, just go home.
Okay.
But
were you going to go with Hannah to her house?
No, we were supposed to stay at my house.
Okay.
And Hannah's breast, where she was breastfeeding, she had said she was going to go get her breast pump. Well, I was like, well, let's just go there, stay there. Well, my mom called prior to that and was talking about my sister's water bill, how high it was, and to check the water leak, to check underneath the house, see if there was a water leak. So there was, there was a water leak underneath the trailer. So they begged me to stay home that day, and to fix that water leak. And I normally wouldn't have, I'm like, oh, I'll fix it tomorrow. But for some reason I stayed home, and Hannah said she was going to go home and get her breast pump and come back. Well, then she did. She left, and I went back to my house, and she texted me and said she was tired, that she was just going to stay the night there, and she'd see me in the morning. I texted her up. Well, I don't remember what time it was, but my last text with her was I love her. She loved me, and the same thing she said to me. I last texted her. And I talked to her, and that's it.
Okay. So you were supposed to stay at your place, but then she needed to go get her pump.
Breast pump, yeah.
And so she was going to her house, and you would have followed her. But
I would have been with her. I would have been in the car with her, going with her, like normally would have. I don't know what in God's name, what made me stay home that day, but I did.
And the last communications you exchanged with her was that you told each other you loved her through text message?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you got up that following morning, what did you do?
I got up, it was around 8, maybe a little earlier than that. But I went over to my sister's, and me and her wife got in her truck, and we went to Carter Lumber to get the pipes and stuff to fix it, or the shark bites and stuff to fix the water line. Well, like I kept seeing like helicopters and like cops and like crazy like passing us, going back the other way. Well, I didn't think nothing of it, you know what I mean? I went to Carter, we got to Carter Lumber, and by the time we got there and pulled in, Kendra had called me and said that something happened, that I needed to get to her house now. She didn't tell me really what happened. She just said they're gone. I don't know what that meant, you know. So I had my sister's wife turn around and go there. So we went down, instead of down 32, we went down 772 the backside, you know. And by the time I got on her road, they stopped us right by her brother's house. And I seen her grandma, and her grandma told me she was gone. I just kind of froze. I didn't feel anything. I didn't understand it yet.
You said her grandmother told you that?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you know her grandmother's name?
I can't think of it right now.
Okay. Do you recall anybody else who was there at that time?
I can't even think about it. I can't really remember. That's the only thing I really remember is her grandma telling me. And I sit down in the grass. Then they made us get up and backed us up further. And then they moved us to the church over there.
So you did go to the church?
Yeah, for a brief minute. They thought they were trying to call little Chris, like, because they didn't know where he was for some reason. But he was there too.
Was Hannah Mae working at the time that you were seeing her?
Yeah.
Where was she working at? You know?
The nursing home in West Union somewhere. I'd never been there before, but if she wasn't at work or she wasn't with her kids, she was with me. She's a hard worker and good mom. She's going to be a great mom.
Did you ever meet Jake Wagner?
Yeah.
How did you meet him?
The first time I met him was at Sophia's little party they had down at the firehouse. I didn't stay there very long because it was his family and hers. So I just went and, said hi. I met him there, and then there's one other time besides the birth of Kylie, but he called and was freaking out on Hannah because she was late or something, being somewhere, or I don't know, just wanted to come to my house and see where his daughter was, which I understand, that would be weird about my kids too. So he showed up and knocked on my door, and I invited him in, told him, had him come in. He came in, sit down on my couch and everything. I sit in my house, and this was like a week before it happened. It felt like, it had to be a week before it happened.
So he came into your house?
Yeah, sit on my couch.
How long would you say he was there at that time?
Oh, maybe 45 minutes. I mean, I introduced myself, talked to him, told him who I was, my family was, because I know his family, they owned all the property and stuff, just like my family does. So, like, I told him that, I talked to him, but he wasn't really there for me, you know what I mean? He's just there more for what was Hannah doing, and why she wasn't where he wanted her to be.
Okay. So was Hannah at your house when he was there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And you said you went to a little party they had at a fire department. Was it
Yeah.
a birthday party for
Yeah, I think so. It was,
Sophia?
yeah, Sophia's second birthday, I think.
Okay. And you said his family was there too.
Mhm.
Did you meet anyone from his family?
I didn't, like, I mean, I briefly walked by them, you know, and I didn't introduce myself or nothing like that.
Okay.
But I was there, you know, I seen, which was Jake and his dad. They all the guys were outside, you know, around the trucks, and I just walked inside with Hannah and went in the back, and she made me eat a plate of food. But I just left. I went ahead and left. So I didn't cause any drama or anything, you know. I didn't want, because she told me before, like, how controlling and how he kept her in her room and, like, for forever, 6 months or something. Like, her dad would come, well, she couldn't go out and see her dad because Jake was keeping her in her bedroom, like locked up or something. I don't know. Like, he was just controlling, very, very controlling.
And can you tell us, when you were at the church that day, on the day of the homicides, did you ever see the Wagners there?
I feel like I did. I feel like I seen Jake, but I'm not sure exactly if I seen anybody. I just was in shock, mostly. It just didn't feel real. I felt like Hannah was going to come walking out and make a big prank, you know what I mean? It still feels like that. But it's not. And no, I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been forever.
Did you cooperate with the police
Yeah.
throughout the investigation?
Yeah, I give him my DNA, they swap my mouth or whatever, give him my cell phone.
Okay. I have no other questions this time, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
We have no questions.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Chelsea Robinson to the stand.
That evidence is being admitted for the sole purpose of allowing you to consider the probative value, if any, that such evidence, if believed by you, may have in establishing motive, identity, or common plan or scheme. You may not consider this evidence for the purpose of proving the character of the defendant or any member of the defendant's family in order to show that the defendant or another member of his family acted in conformity with such character. Now, there's a reason for that rule. The reason for the rule that this evidence cannot be considered for the purpose of proving the character of the defendant or any member of the defendant's family in order to show that the defendant or another family member of his acted in conformity with that character is that it does not follow from any past acts of the defendant or any member of the defendant's family that the defendant or that other member of the defendant's family committed any of the particular crimes charged in this case. The state of Ohio has the burden of proving each and every element of each particular crime charged in this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden is not satisfied by an inference that the defendant committed any of those crimes charged because any past acts of the defendant or other member of his family suggest a propensity to commit crimes. This evidence may not be used for that purpose, and you are so instructed. Now, is there anything further from the state today? Anything further from the defense today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that, we are going to adjourn until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. You'll be going home for the weekend. You're aware of the instructions, but let me give them to you again. You are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You are not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You are not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You are not to do any research concerning this case from any source at all, either as to the facts or as to the law. You are not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all. That would include the internet, it would include Facebook, other social media sites. It would also include newspapers, radio, and television, and you are to have no contact with any participants in the case. And that would include, of course, parties, counsel, and any witnesses. Anything further from the state today before we adjourn until Monday morning?
No,
Anything further from the defense today until we adjourn until Monday morning?
Nothing further.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, on Monday morning at 9, you're to assemble as previously at the jury room downstairs, and you'll be brought up by court personnel. Please leave your notepads on your seats and take your jury badges. With that, we are adjourned until Monday morning.